Okay, I think we're live now. If I remember how to set up a stream from last week. See, audio looks good. Yep, I think we're good. Well, welcome everyone to Nebulous Fleet Command. I promised today we're gonna go over some tips and tricks and stuff on how to play Neb. I know that I'm kind of stealing this idea from Neko and Rorstein. They do these submissions where you can send in your fleet to them and they review it on stream. So I thought that we'd do a bit of that, maybe a bit of matches too. See how it goes. I'm going to wait a little bit, let some people trickle in here. Should probably make a post on my YouTube channel letting people know I'm live. Alright, I think I'm just going to hop into a match just to get things started. I have contacted both Flynn and Tethys. We'll see if they hop on. I know that Flynn is wrapping up a match right now. We'll see if they want to get on later. We can do some fun multiplayer matches, but for now I think it's just going to be us. Or, yeah, you guys are welcome to join as well when we find a server. Let's see what servers are up. Wow. Oh my gosh, it's like a week after the carriers update and we still have this many servers just constantly being filled. This is incredible. Let's see what open servers there are. Not a lot. I mean, I guess we could hop into... I'm assuming Uri 2 is pretty full, yeah. Uri 7's open. Join that. Hello, Ipo. Welcome to the stream. We're just kind of doing a quick match right now just to wait for everyone to kind of fill in. Might take a while before people start joining up, but we'll get there eventually. In the meantime, I did post both in the description of my YouTube channel and in the description of my Twitch channel. There is a link to my actual Discord now. You guys can join up and hang out, post your fleets if you want to, for me to review on stream. I'm planning on doing that a bit later today. Oh, Vastal's here. Return of the Great Cat Fleet. This is one of my old cat fleets. I kind of haphazardly stuck a VLS2 with some SDMs in it and called it up to date for the new patch. We'll see. This is not, unfortunately, the one that did the arming missile trick. That's a different fleet. I haven't updated that one yet. Oh boy. Well, I've got Cherame on the enemy team, which means we're gonna die to containers. That'll be fun. That'll be fun to watch. Still don't know what Silver's bringing here. They haven't revealed. Oh, and there goes Vastal. No carriers. Doesn't look like it. I don't really want to play a carrier fleet right now just because we kind of need the caps at the moment. I really don't know what Silver's blade. They still haven't revealed their fleet, so I kind of doing my best. We kind of need frontline too, heavy ships, because we've got this rail array, which, I mean, oh, that's 4 Sarissas and 2 Auroras on each one. Oh, interesting. That's a lot of power draw for those. We'll see how effective those are. The Sarissas might help with fighters, but I don't know. VLS2s on these these voxels. I really hope this frigate isn't in formation with these voxels. Yeah, little tip. The only ship you should be putting in formation with voxels other than other voxels is sprinters. Voxels have insane acceleration and insane speed, and putting slower ships in formation with them, such as the frigate, will inherently slow them down and reduce their survivability because they'll be unable to dodge incoming fire because they'll always be trying to slow down so that the other ships can keep up. Yeah, it does say they have a spy something in the fleet, I guess. Railgun spy, perhaps? Okay, so we'll have two railgun fleets and a cat fleet and some voxels. We'll do our best. We'll make it work. Surely. We'll figure it out. We got this. Alright. Goalie. I've been seeing people put their goalie keystones around like here on the map recently. I want to try that out. See how that works. I'm assuming you put it there so you can, if they have like SDMs on them, you can give cover to other ships. Cherame is an insanely good container liner player, so I have a feeling I'm gonna get some rockets thrown at me pretty quickly on the A point. I think for that reason I am going to send one of my cheaper gun sprinters there instead of my torpedo one, just in case that Cherame does end up doing that. I'm also going to immediately MCon it, so if the Seekers have ARAD, I won't get obliterated. Like the millisecond I step onto the cap point. They're already ready to up. That worries me a lot. We'll see. Apparently Cherame has a YouTube channel now. Apparently I inspired them to make their own channel. So if you, I think you can just search up Cherame and find them. If I'm remembering the post right. Where did they post that? I think it was in the Silvers Club. I do not see it. I'll have to ask them later if they've got their channel up and running. Go follow them if they do. They are a very good missile player. Two tracks. Okay. I have no idea what those tracks are. I'm gonna move you there, go to flank to get there. I'm going to preset heading, looking at the cap point, so I don't have to worry about that later. You are my gunship. I'm going to send you there. I am also going to roll you low and turn off your radar so that if there's ARAD incoming, you will not be detected by that. And also, it will allow the 120s here to maybe put some RPF at incoming missiles. That might help a bit. Probably not, but it's always worth doing the best you can. You are going to flank under the map. I want to see, because if Cherame is playing a CLN, I want to see if I can flank around and attack them with a Torp Sprinter. That would be really funny if I can just knock them out of the match. You are going to go quickly over there, and so are you. These are my cap ships. My Torp ones have whiplashes, and my gun ones have the reinforced one, so my torpedo ones will be faster, but my gun ones are more fit for, like, hanging around in gunfights, long endurance type stuff. I also set my point defense zone to point on my cap ships, and that's so that they don't fire off random AMMs at random missiles, or dump chaff, when missiles aren't even near them, because they'll dump, if you have it set to area, they'll dump chaff if missiles seem to be coming close to them, even if they're not, which could lead to a scenario, it happens quite often, where the ship is undetected and it drops chaff, and the enemy detects the chaff because the chaff is much easier to spot, therefore giving away the location of the ship. And also, yeah, the main thing is just reducing waste of AMMs, because the ship will just fire out a bunch of AMMs into a rock sometimes if you set it to area. You're still on area. I should probably verify we're all good here. You're on MCon. Set to point. Yep, okay. We all seem good there. So yeah, Silver does have the railgun. Axe fruit here. Oh my god, we have so many Sarisas this match. Good lord. Because there's 3 of them are coated with Sarisas and Auroras, and then one of them had guns on it. Oh, what the? Okay, so it's only 3 railguns. Interesting. This comp is not good at all. And yeah, it looks like the frigate's in formation with these voxels. These voxels are going to have to slow down to allow the frigate to keep up, which is not really optimal, considering that pretty much the voxel's primary defensive measure is its speed and maneuverability. You want to make sure you're not compromising that in any way. All right. What do we got? We have a ferryman with a Pavise. Okay, that's bad. If it has a Pavise up top, it's going to be really difficult for me to get torpedoes in on them. Pavises have insane damage output at close range. And so torpedoes... Actually, okay, let me... He rolled to get his guns to bear, so I'm going to try and fire a torp out and see if I can get him to... See if he rolled too far. You are fine, so you're going to clear roll and head out. torpedo is out. Let's see if their Pavis is an angle. Come on. Doesn't look like it. And it misses. Of course it does. Great. Alright. Try again, I guess. We have larger ships back here, which worries me. Yeah, that's bad. Oh, that one missed as well. Great. Did that one just phase through him? What was that? Okay. Well, this is suboptimal. What are these things? 2 more ferrymen with more Pavises. That's very much not good for me. I'm going to see if I can start throwing torps at them. I'm going to start falling back from this place. I have a feeling I'm going to lose this engagement. I'm also not spotted for some reason. Why am I not spotted? Alright, that hit. That instantly killed him.
What can we do for you, Commander?
And I lost my radar. He hit my reactor, took my power down by 50%. My radar got shut off at the worst possible moment, so the second torp misses. I will be able to resecure D here. Gun 1, you can start firing HE into him to finish him off. How are we doing on E point? E point is captured. I probably should have been more aggressive over here. Let's see. I'm assuming it's another gun ferryman. All right. It's another gun ferryman. I'm going to see if I can't begin to get around this corner here to engage him. They also have... what is this? Another ship, perhaps? Oh, wow. They got a lot of things over here. That's just a point defense thing. I don't know what that's supposed to be. We have a swarm over there. We have C. Our voxels are able to very effectively tear apart the light assets on C point. You're still firing back. He's still alive. I am spotted here. What the hell? Oh, by those guys over there. Yep.
Electronic warfare activated. Negative, too far.
All right.
Eyes on target.
Well, this is an awkward position.
Aye, aye. Full bearing.
You need to help out
Get it done.
to knock him out. You need to dive so you can get below the Pavis so I can get torps out if needed.
Opponent is back online.
You are fine, actually, surprisingly. We got bombers back there. That's a scary thought.
Yeah, we've got...
Oh, that's a flathead swarm. That's bad. That's very bad.
Got him in our sights. Yeah, we've got internal damage here.
That's a problem. That's a very big problem, actually.
Component disabled. We're reading you.
Yeah, those flatheads are tearing up my small ships with their grape shot. I need to get behind this rock here, get cover, start repairs. We have the points advantage, or the cap lead at least, which is good. Those are marauders. What the? Oh god, they are really heavily pushing us right now, and I am not too happy about that. Yeah, there's just marauders there. Great.
Got you 5 by 5.
All right, I'm gonna try something sneaky. This is already going very poorly for us, so I'm gonna try something sneaky here. They are resecuring dagger, which is about the worst possible time for them to start doing that, considering that I've got so many other things to worry about right here.
Full stop. Understood.
Alright, so I'm going to lose this keystone here. There's really nothing I can do to stop that, which is unfortunate.
Understood. Launching missile. We're underway, Commander.
Does this thing still not have its radar up? It doesn't. Okay.
Taking fire.
What?
Power
You
has
good?
been restored.
Okay, there we go.
Aye, aye, Commander. Firing missile.
You have a jammer on you. Interesting.
Supplies on deploy.
I think that was too close. I don't think this has the maneuverability to hit. Maybe.
Got a component offline.
Oh.
We're a little busy, don't
Yep.
you think?
And you die pretty quick. I do get the torp hit, though.
Our bubbles are dry.
And it insta-kills him. Yep, so I'm able to keep D, but my keystone is gone. I will not be able to hold A.
Destroyed. What's the
That's probably my fault. I should have been probably paying attention more to the keystone, but, you know, too late to kind of worry about that now. They have E point pretty locked down, and they're going to take A. We don't have the front line to stop these pushes right now,
Got you 5 by 5.
which is rather unfortunate. Another ferryman there.
Go ahead.
I don't think Jeremy has a CLN, considering that they're running the Cat fleet, but
Aye, aye.
there is some sort of carrier here that I might want to maybe do some killing against. You start going over here. Maybe we can take out that ferryman and take their natural. I do have these guys still over here, although Gun 2 is not... Gun 2 is not in a good spot right now. You're surprisingly fine, actually. If I can get you into cover, I could maybe start repairing. I doubt it, though. These... Yeah. They're going to be able to take that point. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. You're dead. I can mark you as dead. And you're dead as well. Okay. Not the greatest start. We're not doing too good. Is this a... That's a carrier.
Got you 5 by 5.
Hello.
Copy that. Moving.
What locked you?
Command link back. Receiving.
Yeah, you're definitely a carrier of some kind. I've got,
Send your traffic.
You haven't spotted me yet. Interesting.
Component destroyed.
Okay. They have a really heavy fighter screen. We'll see if I can get... oh, you're detected. That's, suboptimal.
On it.
Oh, that is, very suboptimal. Hello, line ships. What's your point defense look like? Not a whole lot. This looks like... Is this old? This looks like Kyanite. The old Kyanite with the, that's bad. So, this might be a loss. However, it was kind of funny. You start pulling back. You're spotted, so you...
Firing a missile. Sending
And we can get
counter
torps out. It's fine.
Solution locked in.
How's the torp strike going? It's... Oh, it's going. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so I get torp strikes in. Not that it really matters all that much. Torp strike, that was a surrender from...
We're low on missiles.
Yeah, it was a Moorline carrier. Okay.
Traffic.
Oh, what did you just get? Oh, you got carriered is what you got obliterated by. Were those dummy bombs? That's a kill. Nice. Okay, so we got their carrier. Up. Wrong button.
Moving out.
Where's my other torpedo creature? You need to get the hell out of there.
Course laid in. Component lost.
Yep. That's rough. I should have started moving him earlier.
Spiker on the scope.
I do not think we have the assets to really, recover from this, but you know what?
Awaiting orders.
It was funny.
At the ready, Commander.
Their carrier is gone, which is good for us, but I don't think that really... You're just a shit capper. Okay.
Little busy here. Unable to comply.
Alright, turn your radar off. Get the power.
Cannot comply.
You have a magazine... Oh, you have no power at all. Okay. Well, once it drives back on, it can help. We still have some assets around the map, like capping assets. I can try and go for a cap victory, potentially?
Aye, aye. We're moving. The drive has been destroyed.
Ow. That's, not good.
Standing incoming fire.
Send
your traffic.
So yeah, this might be bad.
Send it.
Get that repaired. You're going for... He's going for D point. I still have you in there. You still have weapons, and the ship they're sending for D point does not, so...
Power again.
Alright, you're back. Where did he go?
System failing. Abandoned ship.
No, you're not. Who just got power back? I'm confused. Who said that? Oh, your CIC is gone. Cool. That's epic. Well, we still got an Axford with railguns on it.
At the ready, Commander.
Yeah, bringing 2 railgun fleets is a very bad idea. I'm also still not that big of a fan of the railgun capital. I know you can get it to work now because of the turreted railgun buffs, but honestly, sacrificing... Basically, if you're buying an Axford or a Solomon, you're paying for... Part of the stuff you're paying for is all that armor. And so, not using that armor by being in the front of the match and tanking fire for your team kind of just feels like a waste to me. Like you're kind of wasting the ship for something that it's not supposed to be doing. I feel like you can get much better. I feel like you can get much better railgun effectiveness out of something smaller. This... You're still actually, like, alive. They're getting C with a small gunship. I can contest that with this guy here. It's... yeah, I can outgun him. I can outgun him.
Standing by.
So I am spotted. You're the one who they were sending to the D point, so you just need to step onto the point. And you should be able to contest it. This thing's cheaply built, has no weapons. It's meant just to go fast and get onto a point at the very beginning of the match.
Spiker detected.
Let's see.
Go ahead,
Most of my torpedo ships are out of torpedoes, which does not feel good. Not very fun. Did flip Boxer, that's good. We can send you up here. You can hide here. Yeah, they just have their front line, their monitors and their... Yeah, their monitors and their line ships are just gonna stomp us. Oh, everything's on fire. Where's my damage control team here? 5 out of 5. Okay, so you're still... One of the teams is dead, which is bad.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
Dagger is able to be capped by me since I have weapons and this guy does not. I can just sit here and take it. The monitors are engaging... Oh. Hello. So it looks like Jeremy's playing a half cap with a... Oh, whoops. Maybe he should have waited until I moved him. But, you know, it's fine. More ferrymans and more marauders. Oh, that's bad. Yep, not a whole lot I can do against that. We're probably pretty screwed here. We did get the carrier, which means that these fighters running around likely have no weapons on them. Yeah, they have no weapons. They can't rearm, but we don't have anything to actually, you know, kill the ships that the enemy has. Oh, these are the same marauders that were at E point. Okay, that's bad. I mean, I guess it's good. I thought those were new liners, which would have been very bad for me. We kill you yet? No, you're still alive. This also means I'm likely not going to be able to make it onto... I mean, Torp 3 can make it onto E point. Those marauders there are just gonna tear me up. Unfortunately, yeah, Torp 2 is gonna die here. There's nothing I can do about that. Oh, I got bloomed on. That's cool.
Reporting, we're not generating any power. You've got it now. They knocked out a module.
There's a beat up firm in there. Do you still have guns? You do not. You have one glaive left, and you still have your radar, so potentially I can get a track and fire that. You're gonna go down here. There's
Ready.
straight up nothing I can do to keep you alive. How are you doing over here? You dead yet? Yeah, you are. Perfect. So I'm going to get you out here to hide him.
Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out.
It's not worth fighting. CIC has almost been repaired. Are those rockets? Oh, God. Oh, boy. Well, we will kill the escort carrier, but we're gonna lose these. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think I'm the I think me and... What the hell am I looking at? Okay.
Back on comms. Send traffic.
Alright. You're back up, which is good.
Helm.
Are you generating power to run the radar? Radar's off. No, you're not. Okay. So you need to hide here for a bit. Get that reactor back up, which will bring our radar back online, allow us to... Okay, you need to leave.
Aye, aye.
They're getting B. They're getting B. There's literally nothing we can do about that. These guys are just going to kill everything there. They've knocked out the drives again on gun 1. It's not getting out. You... Come on. Alright, your radar's back online. Yep, alright, your radar's back online, which means you should be able to generate the good enough track quality I need you to gain to hit him with a torp. Oh, you still have a Pavis, though. That's bad.
Missile reserves depleted. Force laid in.
So I need to somehow get under him.
Main drive repaired.
We're ready when you are, Commander.
Do you have any torpedoes left? No, you do not. Okay. So, yeah, this is definitely a loss. There's not a whole lot we can do right now. We're out of ships. Taking 2 railgun fleets is a very bad idea.
Send traffic.
And we also were against a lot of very experienced players. Sometimes that happens. It's fine. Doesn't really feel that good, but, you know. You are actually in a lot better condition than I thought you would be, given the circumstances.
Lost a module. They knocked out a module.
Oh, boy.
Standing by.
Let's see.
We're taking fire.
You're not...
Missile reserves are low. Send traffic.
I gotta go for it. Oh, shit. Where's my radar? Did they knock out my radar again?
We're losing components.
Nope. And now they're burning. Yep, that's bad.
Reporting. Force laid in. We're losing components.
And there was the aux steering. Yeah, this is suboptimal. You not...
Commander,
not-
the ship's done for.
Okay. Did they knock out my... Oh, they knocked out my CLS. Oh, it's over. Yeah.
Send traffic.
Rather unfortunate timing.
Component destroyed.
Didn't I mark you as killed already? Yep, yep, CIC down, CLS down. Yeah, that one's gone. Not gonna be able to get E here. A is a possibility, but unfortunately I don't.
Repositioning.
The monitors can just camp out here and kill me if I try to. Yeah, you're trying. I mean, you're doing a lot of... You're harassing them quite a bit, but you're not, like, killing them, is the problem.
Course laid in. Standing by.
Right now, yeah, they've locked down all the points that I don't have, so I'm kind of forced to just stay here and try and hold the ones that we do, which is not going to be winning us the match. I think it's GG. I think that was a team comp issue right there. We didn't have the, comp to really deal with this. I still don't know what this thing is here. Is this a spotter? It has a bullseye on it. I'm assuming they're using it to get locks, but why are you using a keystone for that? I don't know. What do you think, chat? Do we call it here? Do we surrender, or do we try to fight on? Yeah, I mean, like, leave. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with the, like, railgun capitals now, but first of all, you only have one of them. If you're bringing railgun capitals, you want to strip them down of all of their internal components. You can bring, like, 2 or 3 of them. And also, we already had a railgun fleet that had revealed very early on, and so it's kind of on you to sort of not bring a fleet that doesn't work with the comp we have. We did get their fleet carrier with the torpedoes, which did feel pretty good, but yeah, I'm going to surrender. I am going to wait for the post-match thing so we can kind of see what happened. My cat fleet did pretty good against Jeremy's cat fleet. I love putting torps into gun shuttles because a lot of the time you can one-shot them. It's really funny. All right, did they DC? Yeah, they did. They surrendered. All right, let's see what happened. Oh wow, yeah. So our gun CLs did really good. Yeah, that's over 30k damage. Pretty good. Still I would highly recommend replacing this ship with a sprinter. Putting anything other than a sprinter or other voxels in formation with voxels, like I've been saying, slows down the voxels to the point where they have to like slow down so that the frigate and other ships can keep up, which kind of ruins their one primary survivability thing, which is their speed. I did okay. 3k, 2k with guns feels pretty good. 4k on you. Oh, but you're the one that hit the yeah, you're the one that attacked the carrier, so yeah. 0 damage on the Keystone. Yeah, that's about right. I probably should have been microing it more. How are the torps designed? After this match, I'll go to my fleet editor and show you what the fleet build was and kind of explain it. I mean, like, yeah, you can do 6k with rails, which definitely hurts, but, like, that's more points than I spend on a regular frontline Axford, by the way. You should not be spending this many points on a backline railgun asset. How much DC did you have? You had 5 restores, 5 carried, 8 teams. Where were your points? 500. I'm assuming it was in, like, the bunch of point defense you had. Yeah, I mean, like, you can do rail capitals now with the new turreted railgun buffs, but, like, spending nearly 2,000 combat points on just one of them is not the way to do it at all. This fleet, our other railgun fleet, got rushed down pretty early on, unfortunately. We didn't have frontline. We didn't really have frontline to keep those liners from rushing in and destroying them, which, you know, is kind of the problem there. Carrier did okay. I mean, we killed them pretty early on, which is unfortunate, but, you know. Cherame, we actually killed, like, I think we got most of Cherame's cap assets. That feels pretty good, actually. They did have the escort carrier. I'm assuming this was mostly just for, like, combat air patrol stuff. Oh, rockets and bombers. Interesting. And spotting. Okay, interesting. I wasn't expecting that. The monitor fleet. Why did these do no damage? Oh, you're completely an E-War monitor. Interesting. And you are plasma. Okay, I'm assuming you're only plasma, which is why you didn't do much damage, yeah. Same with this one. Okay, they did okay. I would have much more fire. If I wouldn't have this much plasma, I would put more points into firepower in a monitor fleet if I were them. And then Wolfie being the MVP of the enemy team, completely obliterating one of our railgun fleets, wreaking havoc on me and some of my sprinters. Absolutely goated fleet. Putting T-20 sidearms on any line ship now, by the way, is like super good. You get the ability to shred small ships really easily, and you still have the extra mounts for point defense because the line ships got more point defense mounts added in the recent update. But yeah, I'm going to go back to main menu, and I am going to pull up the fleet I just used so I can kind of explain how it works. So first of all, the Gully Keystone, right? This is pretty standard for ANS cat fleets. You put it next to a cat point you want defended, and it basically just eviscerates any small ships that get close trying to grab it. It also does quite a bit of damage to larger ships if you can catch them out of position. You'll notice a theme on a lot of my ships that I tend to overbuild them compared to what other people like to do. That's just kind of a preference of mine. I like more expensive ships that are able to survive better or do more rather than cheaper ships that tend to die faster. It's just a personal preference. In terms of the actual build, it's pretty standard. Put reinforced components in these two compartments, by the way, because if you take damage to the front, especially if it's HE, where the damage is like divided into rays after the shell explodes, it will put damage into the beam, but also put damage into these high health, high reinforced components. So effectively, basically what these components are doing, the aux steerings are, is they're effectively like absorbing damage for the beam to keep it alive, which is key on a keystone. You want to keep that mount alive the best as possible. The other mounts are pretty standard. Reinforced magazine. I don't think I actually have anything in there except for 20mm. It works mostly just to protect the stuff behind it. Large DC locker there, and then this is typically where I put my CIC and keystones. Some people put them here, some people put it here. It really kind of depends on how you like to build it. I've seen arguments for both. And then in these slots, I just have reinforced components. Workshops are super good on keystones, because if you're battle shorting and your beam is taking damage over time, if your damage control teams are fast enough, they can just keep repairing the damage you inflict to the beam, so you can just keep battle shorting it. In terms of the rest of it, bullseye, pretty standard. Share the fleets on the Discord. Maybe I am in the process. I think I made a post about this a couple days ago. I am in the process of getting a lot of my fleets uploaded to Steam Workshop. It's taking a bit of time though, because I want to like actually put in like a very like in-depth description of like the fleet is, how I built it, how it works. So if you want to like use it yourself, you understand how you're supposed to use it, and if you want to modify it, you understand like the thought process behind like how the ships were designed, so you can more easily tinker with the idea and put your own spin on it. It is a lot more writing than I thought it would be. I've already got like 3 or 4 of them up, but it'll take a while. Put somewhere in the description so people can just search your name. Yeah, I mean, all of the fleets I've uploaded so far to the workshop are still in private right now, while I make sure they're all like, all the theming of like the descriptions is like consistent and stuff. I don't want to like make the descriptions confusing and like different. It's yeah, it'll be a little bit. I'll probably start working this weekend. I've got a Monday off from my engineering classes, so I'll probably use that day to start getting them up and going. But as I develop more fleets, I'll probably keep posting them, post a brief description, and then they'll link my Steam account somewhere in like either my Discord server or on YouTube or Twitch, just so you can have easy access to it. I also want to make sure that the fleets are like up to date for the new update and not garbage against carriers. I don't want to be like handing out fleets that are kind of not good. I feel like that would kind of be ruining the point. So yeah, I'll work on that. I'll get that up for you guys, because I know that a lot of people have been asking for like my fleets and stuff and like general design tips and my comment section on my YouTube videos, which is fair. I think I underestimated how many new players I think I would attract to my channel. Actually, it's been kind of neat seeing all you guys ask questions and stuff. It's been pretty cool. Seeing my channel go way beyond the original scope I intended for it. For those that don't know, I made my channel as a joke. It was a joke. The first video was effectively, we just needed someone to record a really stupid match that we would be sending to a friend to piss him off, and then it just kind of became a fun little pastime that has now become very popular. Apparently, people are recognizing me in like matches and in the main Discord and stuff, and it's really funny. But yeah, thank you all guys for for being so supportive. This has been pretty great. All right, back to the build. Sorry, I kind of got sidetracked there. Flynn, yeah, Flynn is awesome too. Very good friend. They have a YouTube channel too. If you guys don't know, go check them out. They do a lot of videos with me. All right, back to the build. The drive is a Dragonfly. There are a couple like preferences for the drive. Some people like running Raiders. The main reason you want to run a Raider is so you can basically flank behind rocks really quick, because it buffs your acceleration by a ton. So you beam out, and if you're caught out of a line or need to get behind a rock to sort of repair your beam and stuff, you have the Raider there just to flank behind the rock really quick and dodge fire. I like the Dragonfly because it increases your turn rate. It's kind of the obvious pick for keystones because you want to keep that main mount on track. I probably would mount a Raider, but I do not have the power gen to do that, because for people who don't know, the Raider does not generate power compared to the other drives. That's one of its downsides. The other stuff, I have 2 FPAs in my keystones. I've typically found that with 2 of them, you can kill a shuttle or a Draugr in 1 beam burst without battle shorting. And also, yeah, having 2 FPAs, you do an insane amount of damage with this thing. For how cheap this hull is, for how cheap this ship is, you can you can kill like fully built line ships if you catch them out of position. You just battle short into their structure and you structure break them and you just destroy all of their modules. Keystones are very dangerous. Less so now with the carriers. With carriers, you have ways to flank around them and get missiles or guns into their side now, which is primarily why I have the VLS-2 on here. Also, yeah, here, let me show you my my SDMs. This is typically how I build my SDMs. I kind of stole this from one of the starter fleets, actually. Basic steerable active seeker. The difference between these two seekers, by the way, the 3 radars. This one is your standard one, 50-degree cone, 2-kilometer range, right? Pretty standard. This one has the same range, but the radar actually like swivels, so it gives you an effective. It increases your cone size, so you're able to see more things. With this, if you're running a missile that's doing like maneuvers, before it hits the target, like terminals, or has like high maneuverability, you want to be running this seeker just so a terminal or a maneuver doesn't swing its target outside of the cone where the radar can actually see. And then this one is just the same as this one, except it like a bit more than doubles the range. It adds 3 kilometers to the range. As a backup seeker, I tend to do Wake. And this is mostly just because when fighters and bombers have SDM shot at them, their primary maneuvering system to escape that, the thing they automatically do, is switch to high burn and burn away. And yes, the Wake does detect the engines as they're burning away from the incoming missile, which is kind of funny. By like running away from you, they do actually reveal one of the things that this missile can seek onto. So that's the general build here. You can also run command here and just not have a backup. That works too. With radar, you have to be careful because bombers can drop chaff to confuse incoming SDMs, and also fighter craft can. Don't they drop flares too? Yeah, they do drop flares and a bit of chaff too to try and confuse incoming missiles. I found that it's usually not enough to confuse both at the same time. You tend to get pretty reliable hits with this. Actually, what's the cost of the command? So the command is like 2 points more, which is, yeah, why I like running this. It's cheaper, you can fit more of them, and in terms of like reliability, it does actually hit pretty consistently in my experience. If it's set to craft, this is one of the questions I had at the beginning. If it's set to craft, it doesn't matter what your threat size is, it'll just go after craft. And then cold launch and minimum angle. No terminals, you don't need terminals on SDMs. For the actual warhead, I just max out the warhead as much as possible. You don't really need a big drive here to do anything because it's going to stage like right on top of the craft, so you don't need a large engine to get range or speed or whatever. Typically here, you just put it somewhere between top speed and maneuverability. You want it to be fast enough that it can keep up with fighters in high burn, and also maneuverable enough that it can turn to hit them. And then for the main one, you just max out the top speed. Just get the missile there on time before the craft can drop against you, and you won't have to worry about incoming munitions. The rest of the fleet's pretty simple. I've got 3 torpedo sprinters and 3 gun ones. I kind of explained a little bit of the differences in the match there. For example, the gun ones have a reinforced drive, and the torpedoes have a whiplash. The gun ones I want to kind of stick around longer, right? Long-term gun duels with enemy gun shuttles. So I typically go reinforced on these things just to give them more longevity. They can survive more damage. Stack all the reinforced things in the front here. Pretty much all the components in this thing. I think all of them except for like the external mounts are all reinforced. And I do run ammunition elevators in them. Like I said, I typically build my ships a bit more expensive. Removing the ammunition elevators in a build like this probably won't be that noticeable, but, you know, I want that extra bit of firepower because gun shuttles have some pretty insane firepower for how cheap they are. I want to make sure I can, outgun them. Does the GT in my name mean anything? Yes, it means scapegoat. It's an abbreviation of scapegoat. It's an old reference from one of my old Destiny 2 clans, actually. There's a story behind that. For the torps, I know someone was asking how I built the torps. So I've got 2 types of torps. I've got the glaive and the glaive H clan kid. My Destiny 2 clan. Oh, those guys. It's been so long since I've played Destiny 2, but, you know, it's kind of not in a good state right now. I love the game so much. The lore is so good and the story is so fun, but, like, the content's kind of meh right now. You guys are sidetracking me. You're distracting me. For the torpedoes, I run 2 of them. They're they're pretty much identical. The only difference is that one of them, the H's, they're hot launch, and the regular ones are cold launch. So this is a tech that you can do with sprinters, because on sprinters, your max missile salvo size is only going to be 2 if you install the bus here. So you can only launch 2 missiles at a time. But one of the things about torpedoes is that they have very fast programming time. So what you do is you point your bow of the torpedo ship towards the enemy. You put your torpedoes in the CLS, and effectively what you do is you fire off 2 of the cold ones, and then you immediately fire off 2 of the hot ones. You could kind of see me doing that in the match when I was firing them at those bulkers there, and also against the carrier. So the cold ones will launch. They'll maneuver out of the tubes. They won't... is the channel Darkus yours? No. That is another... they don't really do a lot of Neb right now. They do run the Coliseum, which is pretty much the primary spot for Nebulous community to run tournaments and events. But no, they are not me. The original video I put out was to make Darg mad, because we were running a comp that they think shouldn't be viable. Again, you guys keep distracting me. You guys keep distracting me. I should take credit. Yeah, I'm Darg. Hey guys, I'm Darg. Back at you with another tournament, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, so while the cold launch one is maneuvering and pointing towards target, the hot ones are programming, and by the time the cold ones ignite their engine to start flying towards the target, the hot ones rush out of the tube, and you effectively get a salvo size of 4 instead of 2, which is a very deadly combo for... My voice is similar to Darg's. I don't think I've ever gotten that one before. Interesting. Do I actually sound like him? That's kind of funny. I guess I should run that by him. Hey, my Twitch chat thinks we sound alike. You should also give me your Coliseum. You should also give me the Coliseum channel, by the way. Yeah, and so for the actual build of the torpedoes, command primary with an ARAD backup targeting all emissions is typically what I go for. You can just, if you want to make them cheaper, you can just turn this to... Stream did the loading thing for me for a bit there. Okay. I can see if I can close some tabs in the back, see if that helps. I don't know. I don't know if it was my internet or if it was something on Twitch, but... My bitrate still seems fine. I don't really know what that... Whoa, I just jumped up to 17 viewers. What just happened? I was at 9 last time I checked, huh? Hey everyone, welcome to the Twitch channel. I'm just showing everyone how I build my torpedoes for my cappers. So, command primary is kind of a weird seeker because what CMD primary seeker does, it homes in on the radar track generated by your ship, which means that if the radar track isn't good enough, the missiles can just miss. You know how there's like those like red dots that like flicker around the radar track you have? That's where your radar actually thinks the enemy ship is. So if there's too much, so if your track quality is too bad, command primary seekers will just miss because they'll be going for where your ship's radar actually think the track is and not actually where it is. For sprinters, you can get away with this because sprinters have a buff to their hull, which decreases the error that radars generate, and the front line has pretty good stats in terms of like error and stuff. So typically command you can get away with on sprinters. You saw there I missed a couple times in the match we just did. Yeah, that's the downside. Occasionally you will just miss a torpedo, but command is very difficult to deal with on OSP. A bit less so now because they have the Warbler jammer, but still, having that expensive jammer on a ship that's meant to go for a cap point is kind of a risky play. The backup is Hodge, or no, sorry, not Hodge, ARAD. So this will home in on enemy radar emissions as well as jamming. So one of the primary ways you deal with command is to jam out the ship that's launching the missile so that the enemy ship doesn't have a track for the missile to fly to. But if that happens and I lose track, the the ARAD will pick up and home in on the jamming. And that's kind of the idea. Also, corkscrew, and make sure your turn rate is like 2.8 Gs or higher. These things will have so much maneuverability that they will avoid Pavises until like the last moment before they hit. It's really funny juking out Pavises. Sorry, I gotta get a drink of water. I've been talking too much. You guys are gonna make me lose my voice. And then the other missiles on my fleet, the Foxhounds are my primary AMMs, defensive missiles. For AMMs, I like maxing out the blast frag EL, just putting that in, and then maxing out the engine. If you get this any larger, the points suddenly become quite a bit more, but you can get a 5.1 with EL. I especially like running this on ANS fleets because enemy MMTs typically fire S1s at you, or sorry, not S1s, S2s at you, and the maxed out blast frag EL, or the minimized blast frag EL ones, absolutely tear apart S1s. I also typically run command on my AMMs. The thought process is that a lot of the time when I'm under missile attack in this cat fleet, it's under fire from MMTs, which typically cover their missiles with radar jamming, so putting a radar seeker on this thing kind of is a worthless thing. It's cheaper, yeah, but it's much more likely to get jammed out and miss the target entirely. So yeah, that's the standard cat fleet. This one is one of the ones I plan on posting because I have tried this one out before. It's a little bit of a modification of one that you've seen me play a couple times. I used to have a spy corps in this fleet, but I removed it so I could add SDMs and more AMMs to help with fighters. Alright, so yeah, that was a rundown of this cat fleet here. Pretty basic stuff, really. This is kind of like ANS cat fleet, the basic build. This is kind of the most basic they get. ANS cat fleets can get really weird with sprinter bombers and stuff, but this one's just this one's pretty basic. But yeah, I hope this kind of clarifies how this fleet's supposed to work, I guess, when you're watching it. I am not going to save this because I messed around with the missiles a bit. Let's hop into another match real quick. We can do the review of fleets a bit later. I want to make sure people join the Discord so they can submit their fleets for me to review later today. Yeah, if you've just joined the stream, there is a link in my Twitch channel and also a link on my YouTube channel description to my Discord. You can join, and later today you can submit your fleets for me to review live on stream, and I'll give you general tips and tricks on how to improve them and stuff. So yeah, make sure you join. The point of the T-30 compared to the T-20. What's the point of the T-30 compared to the T-20? So the auto guns for the Protectorate. So the T-30 is the big one. Quad barreled, you get more fire rate. Typically, you want to run these on line ships. So if you go to my longtime viewers of this channel will recognize this fleet. This has been modified for carriers, so I can bring this out if you guys want to see the good old obelisks again. Typically, you run these things on obelisks, so liners that put their front towards the enemy so they can get all these turrets off at the same time. The T-30s have very high fire rate compared to the T-20s, so if you can fit the T-30s, you want to do that. I guess the only downside is that the T-20s automatically switch to flak for point defense, whereas if you want to do that with the T-30s, you have to manually do it. But that's not too big of a problem, really, if you're fast enough on the reload. But here, yeah, let's jump into a match. Let's see what we got. Oh, dear. We can do... Your Ice 6 is on Relas. Yeah, we can do a 5v5. Oh, it's quiz. All right, chat. Do we want to fight quiz or do we want to join quiz? Join him. Be friends. All right. I've played with quiz a couple times. Just built a weird beamstone with has 250 millimeter on it. Yeah, 250 millimeter can work pretty good on beamstones. it gives you the range advantage to kind of attack small ships at that larger range, right, that your beam can't hit. The only problem is that if you're buffing the beam, which you probably want to be doing with like FPAs and stuff, you really don't have the slots to buff the 250s, which really need it. 250s really suffer if they don't have ammunition elevators to help them, which is why you don't see a lot of 250s on like sprinters and stuff. Store the line chips in the container liners look really awesome. Yeah, no, the Nebulous is peak spacecraft design, by the way. Absolutely the greatest spacecraft design in any sci-fi that I have ever seen. It's so brilliant. About the Reigns? Oh, yeah, the Reigns. The Reigns? Yeah, the Reigns is good. I don't know what you're insinuating there. The Reigns is perfect. It's beautiful. It's the original box. The original cube. I remember Blood Moon. Oh, okay. Is Blood Moon a 4v4 or 5v5? I don't remember. Why are you crying? No. Don't sad face the Reigns. You cannot share that opinion on the main Discord, by the way. It will get you banned. Everyone loves the Reigns. It's so beautiful. It's so pretty. Aw. Poor Reigns. Ugh, Iron Man over here bullying the poor Reigns in my chat. I can't believe this. Alright, what I don't even know what I'm bringing. I've got some new cap fleets. Don't want to reveal this one yet. There's someone I want to test that fleet against. We could run carriers. Do you want to run carriers? I've made some modifications to the good old carrier fleet since my the last video they were featured in. Bring 2 journeymans. I literally do not even have a journeyman fleet yet, so do we want to split the teams a bit? This seems unfair. I mean I'll have fun with my carrier, but like this seems unbalanced. Oh, hi everyone. Okay, see you guys. All right, while we're waiting for the fleet to the lobby to they have a goal, it's fine. Poor Jacobian. So while we wait for the thing to fill up, I'm gonna show you my carrier fleet because I know a lot of people have been asking. So like how I build the missiles specifically, I think people were asking for. So for carrier strikes, doing mixed missile salvos is so easy. It's basically like built in. Subtle hubris and space amoeba. Wait, hang on. What are they doing here? Oh god, they're on our team. Oh, never mind. Huh. What is happening? This lobby is so unstable. Oh my god. So I want to see the planes. Well, it might be a while. So yeah, let's keep this open and then I'll show you the planes. So I've got 4 different types of planes in here. The bombers are pretty standard. You can't really modify these. I've got the loadouts, 100 mil HE. Killing sprinters and frigates is really fun with these, especially since they have like better fire rate than liners and don't have reloads, so you can just make them go slow into small ships and they just kill them in one pass. It's really funny. I've got AP also and HEHC, which is one of my newer ads. In case we have a plasma ship, I can dump HEHC into plasma'd up heavy capitals. Torpedo strike, pretty standard, just torps, nothing more. And then S2 strike is just, I do have a more line. Hang on. I have caps lock on. That was in all chat. Ignore that. All right, back to my spacecraft. So this is pretty simple. The missiles I use, I've got 2 different types of S2s and 2 different types of torpedoes. And if I can scroll, I should probably hide this. And they each have different seekers, so it makes it difficult for ANS to soft kill the missile salvos I send out if I have mixed salvos. The Wyverns are my standard defensive craft, right? My gunfighters. So combat air patrol, a couple SDMs in here for dealing with fighters at range. Dogfight, this is basically my gun build. These things are really good for defending ships from incoming missiles because they have insane firepower, and if you can get enough of these onto Tanto squadrons, the amount of gunfire these things points out just tears them apart. And then, of course, I also have an emergency, like, if I'm out of fighters and need a bomber squadron, I can also mount bombs to these if I need to. Although that's more the role of these guys, the Saber Fins. These are my actual, like, my bombers, my fighter bombers. So, anti-light strike, S1 rocket pods for killing sprinters, right? If I need to kill a sprinter really rapidly, I just take off the jam pods and the fuel tanks. I can get the flight out in, like, a minute. S2 strike. These are pretty standard, just with the different two types of S2s. Glide bombers has the unguided bombs. Again, I also have a dogfight one, so I load flechette instead of slugs into these. Yeah, so also the anti-ship builds. I use 35mm slugs, because if you can strip their armor or put enough slugs into them, these will start pinning armor of smaller ships like Rains and Sprinters. It's really funny to gun them down. But with the dogfight one, this is in case I need a combat air patrol in an emergency situation, so they can load flechette too. And then they also have a combat air patrol variant. It's just for versatility. Man, you guys are actually destroying my throat. Hang on. Man, I am talking way too much. So, the Aphelions, I've got two of them. They have an EO targeting ball on them. So what they can do is at range, at 8-kilometer range, they can deploy an EO illuminator, basically. Is this in an autistic manner? Is this normal? I refuse to comment. So EO basically lets you get a visual on targets at like 8 kilometers, which is super simple, which is super useful because you can basically just identify their point defense from 8 kilometers, which is really funny to do. And so yeah, that's kind of the general build here. It's actually very similar to the starter fleet for OSP, the fleet carrier. By the way, if you ever want to play a fleet carrier for OSP, do the starter fleet. It's really good. All right, let's check on the lobby. I think we got mostly everyone here. Sorry, I should probably reveal for my team. Does Anus get an equivalent to that? You mean like an equivalent to the carrier, the fleet carrier? No, to the EO. No, they don't. ANS, they do get the Sundial, which is an AWACS, which basically has a massive long-range radar and ELINT. But no, they do not get the EO targeting ball that OSP does. It's one of their strengths. It balances. Yeah, strengths and weaknesses of each faction. It's probably best like that, just so that one faction, or that the factions are less uniform. Makes the matches more fun. You get to build into things. An E3 Sentry type of thing. I think that's similar to what ANS has with the AWACS craft. Team in the second the map starts. I think that would not be balanced, actually, if I had to take a guess. The Sundial is modeled on the Hawkeye. Yeah, it looks very similar. I think it's definitely inspired by it. It actually kind of looks like the Hawkeye with its wings folded, which is kind of funny. It looks like they just took a picture of what the Hawkeye looks like when its wings are folded up, and they're just like, yes, that's our E-War craft. Alright, so what I'm going to do here, what I like to do when I start, is I immediately load up a squadron of 4 of the HE 100 mil bombers to send towards one of the cap points. I'm probably going to see if I can send it under towards A, because if they send a sprinter there, I can just put a bunch of bullets into it and deny the cap right away. And then while I'm doing that, I'm going to use my smaller hangars to queue up one of my first combat air patrols and just put it on one of our frontline fleets so that they're defended from enemy strike craft. And then from there, we just... Battlestar Galactica will be awesome for this game. I think... I can't remember if someone already did that or not. I might be thinking of... there's some guy that likes to run a Solomon called Galactica quite a bit. I've seen it quite a few times. Unfortunately, I don't think you could get enough flak on a ship to mimic what Galactica actually does in combat, unfortunately. But... you know, if you want to flak max a Solomon, I'm not stopping you. Call it Galactica and just have fun. Legend of Galactic Heroes mod? You should talk to, Vastal about that, actually. He's a big Legend of Galactic Heroes fan. I've never actually watched it, unfortunately. It's on my watch list. I need to find somewhere where I can actually view it, though. That's the problem. I hate streaming services so much. Alright, so immediately go to flight quarters, and we queue up a squadron of 4 HE bombers, and then queue up, I typically do squadrons of 6, I think, for my point defense. Let's do standoff for combat air patrol. It's early into the match. I have the ability to spend all of my... there's no way it's legal to view, at least in English. Aw, fuck. I was afraid of that. That's kind of what I figured. We can also send out our scouts as well. Let's queue these both up for long endurance. Bombers are prepping. The wyverns are in pre-flight. Where are you in pre-flight? I have more than enough hangars to launch you guys. Huh. So what do we got on our team? I didn't really take a look. Space Amoeba's running double cello. Pretty good now in this patch with their point defense. We got obelisks. I'm definitely going to get my combat air patrol to these obelisks, I think. Alright. Ruby Squadron is up. These are my bombers. I'm just going to send them there. I'm going to full burn them too, just so they get there in time. Well, not Ruby Squadron. Ruby Squadron is one of my affiliates. See a lot of stuff up there. What else? Quiz, I think, is running a camp fleet. No, he's running another obelisk. Interesting. Okay, so if I get a second combat air patrol, I definitely send it to him. Okay, so my combat air patrol squadron was launching, despite it not showing. I don't really know what that was all about, but... Alright, I trust... I'll give it to you. Queue up my second. That's the wrong type of fighter. Second combat air patrol. We go full cap standoff, launch selected. The next squadron launch, it will be like a minute. But yeah, no, I'll definitely swap over when the squadron's ready. So from here, once we have our 2 combat air patrols up, we have our bombers out, we kind of just play by ear. We wait for this. We wait to see what the enemy has and work to counter it when we can. We have secured zone 10. Oh, my bomber squadron's spotted.
Who am I sinking?
The enemy secured zone boxer.
Stand off and engage. Alright, so they'll engage. How's my next flight going? Halfway there.
Send it, Oracle.
And this is why I like them so much. You see that insane fire rate you just get out of these things? This is totally not fair. This is so busted. Why are you pulling back? Keep fighting.
Send it, Oracle.
Keep killing him. Did he just die? He's dead. Okay. Return to base. So that's 1 kill. Oops. I'll let them mark it.
Getting orders.
We are securing Zone Atlas.
My second flight is ready. So here's what you've all been waiting for. That's something. Looks like the enemy's got fighters. Oh, they're launching from the bottom. And from those hangars. Interesting. Alright, so they had fighters down there. We had a visual on them for a bit. We're gonna get A, which is good. Cobra Squadron, you can provide combat air patrol for him? What are these guys up here? What do we have? Dispersed monitors. I think I would rather put defensive equipment into defending our line ship than those monitors. They're better of a point value. Our Cellos can hold their own. And yeah, we just wait. So our bombers are being recalled. We didn't lose any of them, which is good. I don't even think they got damaged at all. So yeah, first strike was good.
Secured Zone Atlas.
We did have Obelisk too to help with the Sprinter, but fighter AI being easily confused, I think. Wait, Tethys, why don't you join me in the VC? You can join me.
To work.
You have access to the VC I'm in. It's in my server. Oh, that's a Keystone. Yep, we've prioritized it already. I'm reluctant to try and get a flank around because they're likely going to have assets here to deal with that. What are you?
Glint ready.
So, oh, yep, Solomon ID'd. That's a Beam Solomon. So you see how powerful that eel ball is? I got a track, and then now we immediately know that that's a Beam Solomon. Prioritizing you. You are hostile. Do you need to be in the Discord to talk to the person you talked to? Not really. I have a server, my own server. Link is in the description of my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel, by the way, if you want to join. The voice call I'm in is limited to people I know for like recording purposes, but we also do have some other channels if you want to hang out. This BB has so many Auroras. I can punish that so badly with torpedoes. All right. Torpedo strike prepped. And then we're immediately going to go to our Saber Fins here. Why are you not able to launch? What? Are you grayed out? That was weird. I don't really know why that's doing that. You're spotted, so I'm going to start moving you back. Get you to standoff range. Keep illuminating him. Oh, we have mass drivers. Oh, that's based. Okay, so that battleship's going to be hurting. I really want to get Torp Strikes into as well, because if this thing's going to push like super aggressively like that, I can super easily punish that with torpedoes. For those who don't know, Auroras are really bad at dealing with torpedoes, and he's got a bunch of them, and that seems to be like the only thing he has. I'm going to make him suffer for it. Combat Air Patrol's still doing good. Kind of. These guys are supposed to be defending them. Nice job, guys. Fighter AI may be a bit stupid sometimes, but we love them for it. I also want to prep. How many of the glide bombers? I have 18. Okay, we'll launch a prep of 6. All right, I'm just going to keep these bombers here for now. We'll wait for my glide bombers to ready up as well. Looks like the battleship ducked low. What are you? A voxel. Okay. Gun CL Auroras. What's with all the Auroras? And then switch you to standoff. In standoff mode, they will attempt to fire their weapons at the longest range possible, as opposed to closing in, which is why I like to keep these guys back. All right. How close are you on the glide bombers? Pretty good. Okay. So from now, since we have cap advantage, all we really need to do is just hold here. The voxels are going to go C. They're going to be punished for that. We have a lot of our fleets are already moving to engage. Voxels are super exposed or super vulnerable when out in the open like this. I'm assuming you're the B... Ooh, you are not the Beam BB. You are something else entirely.
Something for me. Wire received.
Okay, so that's something else in the trench that we got to worry about. I think that's still the Beam Solomon we identified. What is the other one, though? I want to know. Is that another battleship? I think it's either another battleship or an Axford.
Confirmed.
Ready for targets.
Okay. Our Stinger Squadron. That's a good name for it. Stinger, you are all launched. Escort, Dropkick Squadron. We're going to escort you up to here. Hitting a rock. What rock am I hitting?
Copy.
And you all are going to go to full burn. Oh, I got something down there too. That's suboptimal. Maybe instead you go over then.
As good as done. As good as done.
Something for me.
Okay, we have ID on the beam solid. Oh, what? I saw like 450 gunfire from the other one. I don't really know what it is. I'm assuming that's a Sarissa frigate because it just locked me for a brief moment there. I'm assuming that thing has
Ready for targets.
Sarissas on it. But
We'll take care of it.
what we do,
Let's get to work.
Saber Fins, you split off. You can go there. We have our bomber. We have our torpedo bombers first.
Protectorate.
All right, watch this. Yep, there's the 450 gunfire again. I'm assuming that's an Axford.
We'll take care of it.
So torpedoes launch. You get out. Saber Fins, get ready.
Copy.
You need to go to full burn. Yep. And that's why we do torps, guys. And then you simply fire the unguided bombs at you.
Like 7. Let's get away.
Come on, release him. Kill him. Bomb him. Bomb him. Alright, good hits. So you return to base. And you return to base. And so, yeah, that's the tech. Oh, and he just surrendered? We got him, guys. We got him. Direct hits on target. Oh, that was so fun. And then, yeah, so I've got 3 torpedo strikes per match and 3 bomb strikes per match. And then, yeah, that's basically what you do. That's definitely... All right, Sprinter going there. I can deal with that. I can launch a pair of HE bombers. I should probably just have a squadron of HE bombers out at all times just to defend caps like this. Although we do have these guys here. They'll deal with it. I do want to know
Oracle. The enemy is securing zone dagger.
what these guys are down here, though. I'm assuming this is a Sarissa frigate, considering that I did get locked briefly when my bombers went out. We'll see. How are my... Yep, my patrol fighters are still just chilling. I don't think they have any carriers, though, so I don't think we really needed to use them.
Standing by, Oracle.
What are you, though? Oh, that's big. Those look big. All right, Crimson, get over here. We will ID those for our teammate. And Quiz is gonna take care, finish off. Yeah, that. Oh, that's a beam.
Enemy is securing
Okay.
Sir, you just got raided by Neko.
Got a wire.
Oh, did I? How? I wasn't even looking. Hey, Neko.
Sir,
You
sir,
guys,
you now
you
have
guys
48
missed me. You
viewers.
guys missed me. Just obliterate a Solomon with my new carrier tech. It's recorded though. The VOD will save this time. Trust me. It'll save this time. I think these are Axfords, if I had to take a guess.
You were like super locked in. on
Oh
the first
shit!
one
That's a
there. I
battleship.
wasn't gonna interrupt you.
It's another battleship. All right. Should we kill another? Do we kill another battleship, guys? Let's kill another battleship. Sorry, yeah, I get super locked in when I'm doing carrier stuff. It's so fun. And then we need 6 of these in my glide bomber loadout. Launch flight. Okay. Hopefully those will get there in time. Butcher is my auto guns, but I don't really know how to use this against at the moment. Oh, it has a keystone escort. Interesting. Okay. You're hurting. I am getting bombers prepped on their way. We might lose him here, which is going to be unfortunate, but I can't really do anything. That beam Solomon there is not fun. It has flak. A lot of flak. Holy shit, guys, we found the Galactica. We were just talking about this. We found the Galactica. It's flak maxed. It does have 2 Auroras. Okay, yeah, so I'm also going to be able to just punish this thing with torpedoes as well.
Ready whenever you are.
Ready for targets.
You go to stand off and engage the keystone. You guys have fun.
Ready for targets. Ready for targets.
Receive.
As for me, I am going to... That was a keystone. Okay. Interesting. He's not looking too happy.
Ready for targets.
Alright. By the way, 100 mil HE pins the broadside of keystones. Or they would, but this guy just alarmed. He's already dead.
Who am I thinking? Send it, Oracle.
So you guys can pull off. You guys don't need to do anything anymore. 2740. Oh god, another one?
Something for me.
Did you see that? Do you like how quickly my my little EO illuminators can just ID a target like that? Very based. I just click on it, and it just we just know.
Waiting for your orders, Commander.
Where are my bombers? Come on. Here we go. Okay. He's not looking too good, but I still want to strike him.
Waiting orders.
Battery and Falcon. Okay.
Send it, Oracle.
Oh. You know what? Maybe we just do the glide bombers against him.
Ready to buy.
My combat air patrol is being targeted. I have lost a couple. It's not something I'm too worried about, though.
That battleship is fucked, dude. You guys are doing fine.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
Did
We
you
got
see the
this.
part where your teammate said he's getting beamed on A, though?
Yeah, that's why I have these guys
Okay.
here.
Nice, sweet.
If they would not... I love fighter logic so much. It's...
Oh, you're playing against Jakku.
Yeah,
Yes,
Jacobian
no.
decided to just play with the team of a bunch of new players, and I don't know. I feel bad for
He
him,
likes doing
honestly.
that. He tries to carry.
Ready for targets.
Accepts the call of father.
Okay, you guys break off.
Good as done.
Go to high burn. We hurt him a bit. We can do another pass on him, though.
Ready for targets.
Alright. The other battleship is injured. By the way, these unguided bombs here, you want to use these against crippled targets because they break DT, which is why I'm now sending these guys here instead of the torpedoes.
Ready for targets.
Alright, you guys are out of point defense range. You can turn around and... Oh, Sarissa fire. Is that another battleship?
Got a wire?
I have no idea.
More reading you, Oracle.
Oh, I'm losing these guys fast. Alright, get out of here. Return to base. Fuck.
Prime and ready. Nothing to it.
Alright, unguided bomb strike is ready to go. Auroras are out on me, but I don't really mind. It's fine. I can lose a couple. Oh, where the fuck am I going?
Engine time.
Quiz forgot to scram and dies live on stream. Yep, and that's a dead Solomon.
Radham, by the way.
Okay, I've forgotten to scram too. It's fine.
Waiting orders.
Yeah, alright, he's dead. What is this other... Oh, it's an Axford. Okay, so another capital. Hey, but this is what we have the torpedoes for, guys. This is what we have the torpedoes for.
Who am I thinking? Tasking received.
Go to Highburn. Can you Yeah, you can get there with high burn.
We are securing zone Atlas.
And what are
Got a
you as
wire?
well?
On it, Oracle.
Man, the EO designator is just so useful. I just know.
Something for me. Acknowledged, Oracle.
Send it, Oracle.
No, don't surrender. I want to kill you. It's not fair.
Send it, Oracle.
I want to get more damage. Siege looks like pit boss. I wonder if it is a pit boss variant. Oh no, it's got a 450 on the bottom, so not really.
Ready for target.
I can't believe I was so locked in I completely missed the raid. Thank you, by the way, Flynn, for trying to un-idiot me.
Prime and ready.
What? Sorry. Yeah, you're just so locked in. I mean, like, what? It's whatever. It's whatever.
We're on the way, Commander.
Alright, at this point I can move my character.
What is
It'll
your
be fine.
craft doing?
I don't know. Falcon Squadron. This is the squadron that just. Oh, they surrendered. Damn it! I wanted to bomb them. So unfair. I can't believe this. Denied of my damage.
There's a CH that looks like pit boss.
Yeah, this guy
What are
here.
you talking about? That's a 450 CH though.
No, it's got a
It's not
250 on the
pit boss,
top.
guys.
It's got a 250 on the top.
Oh, okay, it's close. Is that like Wellspur?
Maybe. I don't.
Neko was running something like this, and Wellspur copied it.
It was
It's kinda
Dav.
goofy.
Diamond and Opal. I love. Oh my god. We just identified the battleships at the very beginning and just bombed them. Oh, the EO designators are so fun. How'd I do? 12k. 12k and 10k. Look at that. Please check the beam BV. Had a TLS or something. Yeah, one of them. Yeah, no, you're right. I do remember seeing that one of them had a TLS. I think it was this one, if I'm remembering. Had torpedoes. It doesn't say. I'm assuming that was a TLS. I did see that one of them did have a TLS, I think. These poor Solomons. 21k. Sorry, battleships. The future is now. It's now the end of World War II. You're outdated. The other one I don't think had. Yeah, this is what HEKP Torp. Wait, it had HEKP Torps. Please tell me you're making that up. Oh no, he's not making that up. Oh no, he's not making that up. They were HEKP Torps. Oh, now I just feel bad. Oh no. I think these were new players too, which, you know, it made me feel a bit bad, but at the same time, you know, I actually got to test my my new bomb meta, and oh, it works. Tape 9 battleships together. All right. Also doing 3K with the HE as well is pretty cool. All right, Flynn, you want to hop into a match?
Yeah, but right now I'm sitting in a lobby with some testers, but I could dodge it, you know.
Ooh.
Um,
You could run away, escape. If you want to do that match, that's fine. Right now, I can do my fleet review thing that I promised to do. I'm stealing
Oh.
Neko's idea.
I see.
I'm stealing Neko's idea of doing fleet roasts.
Do you have a
and-
bunch of fleets lined up then?
No, I do not. I'm waiting for people to send them in. Send them into Nebulous submissions. So if you don't know how to find your fleet in your file, how do I send fleets? Yeah, so click on the go into your files.
Probably
Click
link
on
your
the.
Discord too.
It is linked. Yeah, I should say my Discord is now linked in my Twitch channel description and in my YouTube channel description. You should look there. So to find your fleet file, you go to your PC, you go to the disk that Steam is installed on. Make sure you go to your Steam folder, then you go to Steam Apps, then to Common, then find Nebulous, and then go to Saves, and then Fleets, and you should be able to browse your fleets like you normally would. And so yeah, just post your fleet files in the submissions thing here. I will download them all and I will review them. Give you tips and tricks on what to improve, what I like about it. I am going to make it a new folder for.
Just putting them all in the bad fleets folder like usual.
No, I could do that, but then
might lose viewers if
I
you
could
that.
do that, but then they'd get lost. Because my bad fleets folder has ballooned into a mess of just of incomprehensibility. Oh, look, there's Pit Slut.
It's a terrible fleet. I've won like 2 games with it. Hunter in general is like a master of making like fleets that are bad in like most people's hands, but like making them work.
Should I send all? Do like 1 or 2 for now, just so we don't have like 30 messages in like the first 20 seconds of this channel or this server existing. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna post a link to my Discord in Twitch chat as well. So if you're having trouble finding it, you can find it. All right.
Oh, we're actually gonna rehost our lobby, so I'd be available for a game maybe. Be the right time to step out. But I think you got to roast at least a few fleets.
Yeah, I've got to roast a few fleets. All right. There's the Discord link. Go there. Join us here in this horrible place where you guys can do things, I guess. I don't know. Post memes. Do things. You guys can also... Dog is snoring behind me. Sorry, I put your dog to sleep. I'm so sorry. I'm just too boring. Funny. But yeah, I'll wait a little bit more, get some more submissions, and I will download and review.
Oh, do you have Hazel in that channel? Doesn't look like Hazel.
Yeah, I have Lieutenant Hazel in the shipyard channel. So yeah, if you want to when I'm off stream, if you guys want to discuss fleets with each other, the shipyard channel is the place to do that. It has Hazel integrated, so Hazel will respond to your message with the fleet file and make it comprehensible for everyone. Flynn, I can't believe you're flirting with Hazel live on my stream.
What?
You're being accused.
I mean, Hazel's kind of cute. I can't tell you. Like, definitely would.
That was your video, right? Hazel, marry me.
Yes.
That was you.
There's a rumor that Hazel is Liz's significant other. Just
Well, that's kind of cute, actually.
Did you know Liz's real name? Do you know Liz's full name?
I do not. I'm reluctant to hear you.
So if you use the credits, you can get the full name. The full name is Liliana.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's kind of a cute name. I like that, actually.
it's nice.
Yeah. All right. So we've got 6 fleets in the fleet review. Let's give it to 4:40. It's 4:45 here. 5 minutes. We're not in the same time zone. I got to remember that. 5 minutes. I'll stop the download all the ones that have been there. So 5 minutes, and we'll review the fleets that you guys have sent in. But yeah, while you're waiting, come explore the channel, the Discord channel or the server that I've made. Also, yeah, if you go to Shipyard, Tethys has also put a bunch of their fleets in as well. And also, Flynn has put something in there.
It's a creature.
It is a creature, yeah. Please don't use that fleet. Tethys's fleets are actually, like, usable. You guys are up at like midnight watching my channel. That's kind of flattering, actually. Well, hope you get a good night's sleep after this, I guess.
All right. Are you gonna go through them, Ski?
Am I gonna go through them?
You're just giving them.
I'm giving them a bit more time to put more in. I think we're only going to have these 6 for now, so I'll just just download these. All right, we got 6 fleets. Let's see what we've got. All right. So first off, Alliance Mixed Fleet. Who sent this one in? I should probably have it open. This is... I have streamer mode on. It's truncating the usernames. Disable that for a bit. LPO's fleet. Okay. Mixed Alliance Fleet. First ANS fleet. All right, let's take a look. So, first off, Gun Axford with the jamming. Interruption on the back, Whiplash, Dragonfly. Okay, good combo. I like that. 23 Chaff. All right, so looks like a pretty standard Gun Axford build. You got the Parallax in there. Good, Parallax is good. Too large, too reinforced, and a rapid. Where do you have these? All right, so you have the large in the front. And what do you have down here? 2 gun plotting centers. Damage control central. Okay, so no radar drive sucks. Yeah. No, I like Whiplash Dragonfly. It's fine. You get good maneuverability and pretty good speed. I've kind of started doing Whiplash Raider though, just for the acceleration. Being able to just accelerate into cover if need be is just very useful. The damage control, you've got good damage control. 6 restores with how many teams is that? 10, 11. That's pretty good, pretty strong. You do have one of the large DC lockers you have in the front here. I would not really recommend putting anything other than reinforced modules in these front slots here. The reason for that is, especially on this build where you don't have any gun on the back, you want to be pointing your bow towards where the incoming fire is. Nebulous has an angled armor mechanic, so just like in real life, if you angle your armor, it does gain thickness, and it will bounce off the side. And what you can do is you can also put reinforced components in the front to effectively soak up the damage that does get through, and prevent your ship from dying so fast. It's bow tanking, right? You gain a lot of survivability if you point your nose towards the enemy in like an Axford and Solomon. Ox in the front, yeah. So you have an Ox steering up here. What I would do is I would move the Ox steering here. Reinforced DC lockers in the front are pretty good too, although since they are under fire, you are at risk of losing their restore if they go down. So I would probably replace these with aux steerings. Also, another thing you can do is you can actually move the radar and put it here, because compared to other modules like this, the radar actually has like quite a bit of health and damage threshold. And it's very funny to tank damage with a radar, and it actually does work quite effectively. 2 gun plotting centers. On a gun Axford, I would say, on a gun Axford that's more frontline, right, because you've got the parallax instead of the spyglass, I would recommend really only one of these if you want to run gun plotting centers. Having more than one is kind of just taking up points that you could use for other things that you would want in a frontline ship. And speaking of these compartments down here, these 3 compartments down here, because of how big this mount is, this gun mount, this gun will eat all the damage to shells coming at you front on, and these things here very, very rarely take significant damage. So these 3 here is where I'd put like your bulk mag, your CIC, your large DC lockers if you want to put them there. You do have a lot of reinforced stuff here, which is good. Having a reinforced stack here, very useful. It allows you to split damage effectively. And these components here, if you're bow on, are protected by these 3 compartments up here. All in all, you do also have good hard kill setup. I like this. A lot of people don't run good hard kill on Axfords. If you're good enough with soft kill, you can get away with replacing these with the Mark 62s. If you're already buffing the 450s, if you put the Mark 62s on there, they have insane damage output at close range, even against like large OSP stuff like line ships. So if you want to be super greedy and run the damage max version, you can replace these with Mark 62s, but having good hard kill is very useful with carriers just being out. You will be very well protected against those. The interruption is also very useful too. Com-guided missiles are something that OSP likes to use quite a bit because it's very hard to soft kill without an interruption jammer. It's one of their stronger seekers. You have 4 ammunition elevators. What are your other buff modules? You do have reinforced thruster nozzles. In some builds, yeah, I do like running these. In my opinion, they don't really do enough to really warrant you bringing them. I would much recommend adding a 5th ammunition elevator to a gun build just to give that extra damage output. And also, if you lose an ammunition elevator, you do have a backup in case you want to still have fire rate, right? Sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought with that one. Chaff on the bottom here, pretty good spot for it. It'll dump below you and out of the way. Yeah, pretty... I notice you don't actually have a bullseye on this thing, do you? You do have a parallax, which can lock targets, but it's kind of unreliable sometimes. I would recommend, if you're bringing guns, putting a bullseye on your ship. Your ammo looks good. 2 to 3 minutes is typically what I have for point defense firing time. Unless it's a Sarissa, then I go like 5. But yeah, pretty good. Good firing time out of your 450. You want 450 a lot more than you want AP. The only really ship that you'd want to be firing AP against, 450 AP against on OSP is Acellos if they're bow on to you. So yeah, this works. This is good. Once again, yeah, I would recommend replacing the one of the gun plotting centers with like more DC or something else to help you with your survivability. You do have the rapid. The rapid DC locker is very interesting because you can put it in spots where it can get killed. Because you're bringing rapid DC lockers for their teams, not their restores. So if they die, if the locker itself gets destroyed, you still have the team running around the ship, so it's fine. So typically I put these like in this bridge module up here. They can get killed, it doesn't matter, I still got the team. And I don't need to put anything else vulnerable up here. But yeah, this is a viable build. This Axford will work if you bring it in combat. Of course, you can do better with it probably, but very, very reliable build. Axfords are really...
as a whole is pretty common. Like,
yeah.
Axford, Destroyer, Frigate, and Friends.
Yeah, this is a very common build. So you're running the Axford independently, which can work. It does make it viable. It does make it, sorry,
Honestly,
not
though-
viable, more vulnerable than it would normally be if you were running it in a pair, but you can make it work.
Yeah, like dual Oxford is just like so strong. Like Oak
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with it. Like
Yeah,
just
if
work.
you're looking for a starter fleet and you're new to the game and you're playing ANS, just bring Task Force Oak. Task Force Oak is so based. Alright.
You kind of hit this break point of like 450 fire. I feel like of like, you can kill a liner in like say 2 minutes versus like if you have a single Oxford, you don't really have the same break point,
Right.
and like that actually changes a lot of how the game goes.
Bringing additional assets can be useful depending on what your team is running. Like
Yep.
if your team already has like a Solomon and doesn't have like supporting assets like frigates and stuff, this fleet will definitely be a nice fleet to
exactly.
bring. But yeah, bringing 2 Axfords is like one of the strongest frontline fleets you can bring.
Yeah, this is more of like you're supporting someone else's
Yeah.
already has an established front line.
Yeah, which works. Yeah, it's a very useful fleet to bring if that's what you're using it for. All right, Keystone. Ox steering in the nose, beam there. Yep, the Ox steering will do damage splitting with the beam, keeping it alive longer when under fire. Small reactor booster, frontline. What's your power at? Okay, do you need this reactor booster? You do. Okay, what are we running on this thing? Jammer, 250. Oh, is this 3 FPAs? Oh, no, it's only 2. Okay. You're running the radar drive. Okay, that's what's happening. Reinforced magazine there, rapid, and a reinforced CIC. Okay, a very bare bones Keystone. You can make these work. Having them as cheap as possible to guard points is very useful because you can basically just get a Captain Isle asset for...
Well, 631 is
631.
kind of expensive. You can make
Really?
them for 550.
Yeah, mine typically run at like 730, but I typically build them pretty expensive. It's survivable.
These days you might want stuff more invested, but yeah, if you
Yeah.
want a cheap one, you can actually get cheaper.
Rapid DC, reinforced. The only thing I'm seeing on this thing that I'd be worried about is that you have no restores on this thing, which can be rough if your beam gets knocked out. You only have 1 rapid DC locker as well, which means you really don't want to do flank on this thing.
You could probably drop the gun for restores, honestly.
You could, yeah. The gun is nice. It gives you extra range, but like I kind of alluded to in one of my matches earlier, if you're putting guns on destroyers, it's kind of not that good, especially if it's Mark 64s. Mark 64s live and die by having ammunition elevators, and if you're already buffing the beam with all these things here, you really can't do that. Chaff box is nice. The jammer here does actually work. It can point forward. This back mount is really weird when it comes to both blankets and bullseyes. You can put them back here and they will be fine. And then a bullseye in the front. Yep, pretty standard. Pretty reliable build. 2 FPAs is going to burn through any small ships pretty easily. So yeah, as a Captain Isle asset, this thing is a pretty good build, actually. There are a couple things I would personally change, but there's nothing really inherently wrong with this. I would definitely add more DC, though, if you can find the points for it. Up next, we have... I'm assuming this is a Spyglass Reigns. Yep. Sorry, I had to get a drink of water there. My throat is dying again. You guys are making me talk too much. Ugh. Alright, so pretty low investment Spyglass Reigns with a Pinard. Very useful for spotting the enemies. Auditory VLS 46 has more HP than the 23. Was that only a 23 on this thing? Yeah, okay. So, if you can run the bigger VLS 1, they're the same point cost, but the larger one has more health. So if you can run the VLS 46, always run the VLS 46, because it does have more health and will survive longer. Alright, back to this. You can put the larger one up here too, that applies as well. Defender, Pinard, reinforced rapid, reinforced mag. Yeah, pretty standard build here. Got 1-track correlator. Okay. Personally, I would run a scryer here for missile identification, but that's kind of just me. Track correlators are useful as well. Copied it mostly from Flynn.
Like, I would do Spyglass ARR, personally.
Adaptive radar
Copied mostly
receiver.
from me.
Yeah, they stole your fleet, Flynn.
Well, this... I don't know. It looks kind of old, and I wouldn't personally run a fleet like this these days.
Yeah, adaptive radar receiver helps as well. You can detect a lot of small ships with it and a spyglass.
Yeah, single track correlator is not going to give you fireable tracks anyway, so you just want ARR Spyglass.
I would do ARR or a scryer.
Yeah,
just
Scryer is reasonable.
depending on what you feel like you want the best.
Yep.
All right. Sink is a gun sprinter with, once again, yeah, VLS 46 will have more health here. Looks like a really defensive sprinter. Reinforced rapid, aux, and magazine. Whiplash. I'm assuming this is just a quick capper to get in and out, or to contest caps later in the game. You make it work. I'm assuming this is pretty similar. Yeah, this is the same, isn't it? Interesting. So you kind of have like a half cap, half support, half frontline fleet here. It's a little bit of everything. You can make a fleet like this work. The only problem is that a trap I see a lot of, especially newer players, fall into, and this isn't like an insult against you. Don't be offended by this, but people tend to try to make a fleet that tries to do everything at once. At most, your fleet should fill 2 roles. Trying to do everything at once in one fleet kind of makes them bad at all the things they're trying to do. You really want to coordinate with your team, and you want each team member to sort of invest in one particular thing and then work together and leverage your strengths, rather than having a fleet that kind of tries to do everything. But yeah, for a first fleet, like you said, a first ANS fleet, this is actually like pretty good. I like this.
It's a good archetype. If you have 2 fleets like this, like you can combine the assets to have a solid front line, solid defense, and solid traps.
Yeah, typically you just bring one frontline fleet and then one support fleet, and then. But you know, this works. Yeah, I've seen so much worse first fleets than this. This is good. I like this. Yeah, I do like this. I don't really. There's no missiles, no spacecraft to really talk about. So yeah, additional formations, they're all on their own, which makes sense. They're kind of dispersed. Yeah, no, this is fine. I like this. Anything you want to add, Flynn?
Yeah, not really. I think like just take a look at TFO and how the internals are built, obviously for the Axford itself.
Yeah. That's another thing you can do.
This is pretty good for your first fleet.
If you're unsure about how to build ships, look at starter fleets and look where they put the modules and components in starter fleets for ideas. Because starter fleets were built by players. They were built by the community to be starter fleets. So if you don't want to use a starter fleet, you want to build your own, and you don't really know how to build ships, look at the starter fleets and how they build them for ideas. You make good fleets like this, one ship, one purpose, but half caps can always be good. Yeah, half caps are always good for just supporting. They can be clutch in the late game. I do have an Axford half cap kind of similar to this. It's not updated for carriers yet. Maybe I'll update it and get that one posted. But yeah, I like this. It's pretty good. That was IPO's fleet. Next, Bricks Hell Jamming Mobility Craft. Who posted this one?
You can maybe skip mine.
Is this yours, Flynn? Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually running it right now.
Oh.
I mostly want you to take a look at the let's see, the really weird support brick.
The support brick?
You know, like, these government
dear.
programs that have like too many requirements. So like the thing is, I really wanted like dual drive monitors. I wanted 4 jammers, and I also wanted decent PD and craft.
Well, this is certainly one of the monitors of all time. I'm assuming that's a warbler. No, it's a lyrebird. Interesting. Okay. So you have radar jamming and then radar jamming. You're not running the warbler.
I have the warbler somewhere in there.
Oh, you have the warbler set. Where is it? Oh, it's on the other one? Oh, what is this? Okay. He's got all the soft kill on this thing. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 2 damage output ones. Yeah, okay, you can make this work. I mean, monitor fleets tend to be creatures sometimes to get them to work. I've seen much stranger. What are your, oh, they're just the Naganatas. Okay, yeah, these are pretty much the exact same as mine. List DM'd me. Carapace, Aegis, anti-bomber. Wow, you've got all... Oh, I see what this is. Okay, this is a breadstick.
Yep. It's like I was kind of frustrated with Garnet doesn't have like jammers. It's so slow.
Does Garnet not have jammers?
No.
Is this new, or does Garnet just not have jammers and I just didn't notice?
Garnet does not have jammers. It's new. It used to have jammers, but
Oh,
like
it
the
doesn't?
current Garnet is like focusing more on like anti-air.
Oh, and they all have C90s now. Huh.
Yep. Yeah,
Alright.
New Garnet is actually like it's grown on me. I think jamming is less important, but
All right. Well, Flynn's fleet is interesting.
don't run it.
Don't run it. We have a fleet called New Fleet, which is 20,000 points. Oh boy. First fleet I've made since the carrier update. I don't actually play multiplayer, I just dick around at editor skirmish. Okay. We can still give you tips for this. I see 2 battleships right out the bat.
In the same fleet.
Yeah, it's 20,000 points. Oh my god.
Oh, I see.
Oh, wow, we have a lot of ships here. Ancient Melody. I like these names. These names are good. No comments on the names. No notes. These are good. All right, battleship. 2 reinforced magazines in the nose. Interesting. Whoa, what is your power situation? Wait, this battleship is 6,000 points? Oh. Okay.
Gucci cell.
Time to steal some names? Yeah, go ahead and steal your names. Steal your names. They're all right here. Alright, first battleship is Gun Railgun. I would hazard against putting the turreted railguns on battleships. The battleship does have a hold debuff, where energy weapons reload slower. Where's its reload speed? Yep, so it has a 20% reload speed debuff. So maybe not the greatest to mount this on battleships. You can make them work on Axfords. I also see you're only running the double-barreled 450. You can run the triple-barreled ones. I would recommend these on gun-build battleships. You have a torpedo launcher here. What are these torps? Wake. Okay. Well, I would not run Wake on torpedoes. Maybe as like a validator, but like not as your primary. You want to be running something like Command on these, and just get a target lock to make them work. So seeing redundant reactor failsafes, reinforced, rapid, ammunition, mount, damage control. Your drive, just regular or reinforced drives. Okay. On battleships, since you have up to 4 drive slots, I would recommend doing the ones that give you buffs here. If you lose a drive, it's not the worst because you still have more. You have redundancy. Commander saw at your best for torps. Yeah, I agree with that. Wake's not really going to work all that well because you need to be firing them from behind the target. And if the enemy... this is my first fleet for anyone wondering. Yeah, well, I mean, we all start somewhere. I appreciate you for being brave enough to submit your very first fleet. But yeah, we all start somewhere.
Escape, you don't have your fleet around somewhere, do you?
My first fleet?
Like
No,
your
because
first fleet.
that would have been
Several years ago.
that would have been Temeraire, which is now up to date. So I just overwrote the old one, unfortunately. So yeah, my first fleet is Lost Media. Yeah, don't worry about your first fleet being bad. We all start somewhere. I will say having this many... Oh, that's where the points are. You have... How many Sandshot rounds is that? That's like 190,000 rounds. Oh my god, look at that number. Oh dear lord. Yeah. Sandshot is one of the most expensive ammunition types in the game. Yeah. You won't be running out of Sandshot anytime soon. Typically for Sandshot, I typically run about 5 to 6 minutes of continuing firing time, and for regular point defense, about 2 to 3 minutes. Wow, that's a lot of railgun rounds as well. I didn't know it was that expensive. Yeah, Sandshot is super pricey. What if there's 30 hours of missiles coming to me? I think at that point, you should just uninstall if the enemy sends that many missiles at you. I think I would. Alright, so this is the first battleship. I mean, the damage control is like... Oh, never mind. There's only 3 lockers. Battleships you want to build into their endurance. You want to be bringing a lot of damage control teams in battleships. A lot of restores. You also have a bunch of these plant control. I don't think you need these. Yeah, you really don't need those. Especially with 2 reactors and then these micro reactors here. My first thought was they were going to send billions of fighters, missiles, torps, so I'll bring enough ammo to outlast any amount of them. Yeah, I mean, with Solomon's, yeah, that's true. You are the primary target for enemy missiles and fighters. But having... I'm not even going to do the math on that. That makes my head hurt. Having, like, 10 hours of sandshot rounds is not really something you need, especially since matches are, like, most an hour. Total flat coverage in every possible direction. Yeah, having stone walls on these mounts, actually, these chief mounts, is very useful. They have very good firing arcs, and since OSP does a lot of S2 missiles and rockets, flak tears them apart. So yeah, good. These mounts are good. Having stone walls there is really nice. There's stone walls on the engines. Those are defenders, unless you're referring to the other one having... Nope, those are also defenders. I think these battleships are just the same, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these are just copies of each other. Yeah, the mounts on the engines aren't big enough for stone walls. You can put the rebounds there, though, but I would recommend defenders. All ships are copies. Okay. So, for the voxel ones, let's see. Oh, we have a flak voxel. Flak voxel alert.
Incredible emotional support.
I see a gun plotting center for 2 Mark 62s. You do not need to do gun plotting centers for 120 millimeter. It does not. They're already so accurate, it doesn't really matter. Lots of flak, though. You're flak maxing. Okay. Flak is good. The only thing you have to worry about flak is that if the enemy is running torpedoes or containers, flak will basically just not do anything against them. They have a mechanic called wall thickness, so effectively torpedoes and containers have armor that flak struggles to pen. Now this is the Battlestar fleet. Yeah, we found the Galactica, guys. It was real this whole time. Having backup antennas is very useful on battleships. This antenna mount is really bad and gets killed really easily. But you don't really need to run backup on antennas on many other ships. The position of the antennas on other ships is just inherently protected compared to the battleship. But one large team, instead of doing the... a Citadel CIC on the voxel. Okay. I would just do a reinforced and put it somewhere back here where it's really protected. But yeah. Once again, good names. I'm liking these names. These are good. We have the Keystones next. They are 250 guns with beams. Large in the front. I've already kind of explained why I don't really like the non-reinforced stuff in the front. Gets killed really easily and you lose it. You want to put reinforced stuff there. Plant control. Do you need that? Yep, you also don't need this plant control center, I don't think. Yeah. So yeah, be careful with your power. Monitor your power. Everything has a Citadel CIC. Okay. A little based. But honestly, it being 50 points more than a reinforced CIC means that if you're tanking damage in a Citadel CIC and you need the Citadel CIC to not lose your ship, then your ship is already probably in a bad enough state that you don't really need to worry about it. You have other problems. Small reactor booster here is kind of not useful because you can fit the full micro reactor in that slot. And then a whiplash. Whiplash is kind of rough on Keystones because it decreases your turn rate. You struggle to keep that beam on target. But yeah, 250 build, beamstone, 1 FPA. I would definitely replace this, I think, with another FPA just to give you the more damage. But
Escape. I hate
Yep.
to interrupt you, but did you realize that Dark's Coliseum event is starting just about now?
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
All right, I'll finish going through these fleets, and then we'll you can go ahead and head out.
I'm gonna go and hop over there.
Yeah,
but
you
let
go
me
ahead
know
and
when
hop
you're
out.
done.
Go through these fleets, and then we can spectate some insanely good matches from insanely good people who are definitely good at this game, but like actually they're good at this game. And then yeah, I can actually use that to teach you guys tips and tricks. We can watch them. And I can kind of explain their tactics and stuff, and explain their builds. Yeah, professionals. Defender maxed. Yeah, defender maxing. Oh, you meant with the bullets. Yeah. You don't you don't need this much ammo, my friend. I get that you're trying to fill the magazines, but like, yeah, this is your first fleet. I'm assuming you're recognizing that the fleet isn't that good, right? Like, I understand that you definitely have some better ones, and then yeah, the rest of the keystones I think are just the same. You do know. I'm assuming you know that the kind of the point limit for multiplayer tends to be about 3,000. So yeah, you're ever so slightly over, but yeah, there's some good ideas in here. There's some things I like. We all start somewhere, so you know it happens. Exclusively single player, yeah. Well, I mean, exclusively single player is better than ever now with the AI reworks. I remember watching the dev blog with Liz was talking about the AI reworks, and then she just casually drops the line, "Oh yeah, the AI can now consistently beat good players," and I'm just like, "Oh, okay, great." So yeah, I respect you for doing single player. I would definitely try to get into multiplayer. I know that's just me, and I know that a lot of people don't like doing multiplayer games, but multiplayer is where this game kind of comes into its own, if you will. And I mean, don't be afraid to start somewhere, right? Like, the community is pretty nice towards new players, and if you ask for help, they'll help you out. If you're afraid of not having a fleet, the starter fleets are always a good thing to have. They are very useful, very good. Point limit because it's spend the week putting numbers together. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I do respect the only single player thing. That's totally fine. I have also never played multi yet. Huh. Well, I mean, it's up to you. At the end of the day, it's always up to you guys. I can say how good multiplayer is for forever, right? But, you know, at the end of the day, it's your choice, and I respect that. But yeah, for a starter fleet, I mean, I think the big takeaway with this one is the names, Lys's profile, the username is Martyr of Karak. Yeah, Lys is a big Deserts of Karak fan and Homeworld fan entirely. Yeah. Lys is developing this. Everyone compares this game to Homeworld, like all the time. In my comment section, everyone's just like, "Oh yeah, this is what Homeworld 3 should have been." Yeah, of course, Lys is a Homeworld fan. I encourage even trying to rope people into co-op against AI. Yeah. Even if you just want to play against bots, if you can find people to play with you against AI, that's fun too. But yeah, my general thought is just don't be afraid to jump in. Give it a shot. If you don't like it, that's fine. You can just go back to single player. That's totally cool. But yeah, multiplayer I think is where this game truly shines. All right. So that was Sir Gilbert, who I think is M Mouse in the Discord. Their first ANS fleet, their first fleet entirely. So I'm gonna discard the changes. I hope you aren't mad at me for deleting all your fleets after I review them. I just want to make sure that this folder doesn't fill up with fleets from past videos. Acello Plasma. I think this is Akagi's fleet. Okay. So, whoa, a Plasma Cello. Ooh, okay. We don't see these often. Alright. Small gunplot. Alright. First takeaway, gunplotting centers, you don't really need them for Plasma. And if anything, you don't want them. Plasma, you want to basically shower an enemy ship with Plasma and evenly distribute it. If you run gunplotting centers, you can run into the issue where you're only plasmaing a single area. So a little bit of dispersion in plasma is kind of actually useful because it makes sure you get kind of an even distribution of plasma across the enemy ship. Yeah, like Tethys pointed out, I'm never playing multiplayer. This was the second fleet I made. Already it's not the worst. I mean, Acellos are kind of infamous in the community for being some of the strangest creatures ever. They tend to be built very weirdly because they have access to Alliance stuff, and players see that they have Alliance stuff and want to exclusively bring that. But yeah, no, in terms of like Acellos, this is like, it looks pretty reasonable. You are missing a reactor though, which is a little weird. I guess it's probably for the points. Oh, you have a plant control in here somewhere, don't you? You do, okay. So if you remove the plant control and put a reactor in there, it's cheaper and you get more power. Plant control centers are basically like your last ditch resort to not being overpowered. If you can fit reactors and stuff, always fit reactors instead of plant control stuff. It's much cheaper and also much more resilient. Plant control centers are very weak and die very quickly, and once they die, you lose your power gen. General rule for Acellos, they are like Alliance ships. Use as much Alliance mountings as you possibly can on them. Yes, Acellos are the only ships that OSP has that can run Alliance stuff. You want to be taking full advantage of that. Acellos they're support ships. You want to be running them as support ships. So enhanced point defense, jamming equipment, just the general strengths that ANS has, like sensor stuff, that's what you want to be running on Acellos, and that's what you want to bring them for. You want to be using them to support the sort of weaker in defense liners and stuff that OSP has. But Bullseye... Oh, you don't actually have a search radar on this thing. Okay. Command cruiser that actually behaves like a command cruiser, yeah. I mean, they do have hands. They can do some damage, but yeah. The reason you want to bring in a Acello over anything else in OSP roster is to have that jamming, sensor, or point defense equipment. Speaking of, this ship does not have a search radar in it, but it does have a scryer. Yeah, so the scryer works by analyzing the tracks generated by the ship's search radar. So having a scryer on a ship that has no search radar, the scryer is doing nothing. It's why you typically see scryers mounted on like spy class ships, since they have the longest range. You want to have a good radar on a ship that has assumed it could use the point defense radars. No, it analyzes tracks generated by the ship's search radar. The radars for the point defense stuff, if you see a point defense turret that has a radar, it's a fire control radar. So it's effectively the same thing as a bullseye, where it's just directional. You point it towards the enemy. It can only detect one thing at a time, but it's only for missiles. So yeah, these radars they're not search radars. They're fire control radars. So yeah, you definitely want to be running a search radar on this thing. The other ones, we have super stripped down liner. A lot of things missing in here. You can make liners super cheap. But yeah, let's see. A lot of auto guns. Reinforced CIC large, reinforced mag, large DC. Okay, if you're gonna run a super cheap liner like this, I would very much put a, where is it? Damage control complex in them. There's a joke in the community that ANS's best point defense, or OSP's best point defense option for line ships is to put a damage control complex in them. Because missiles, unless it's HEKP, missiles cannot kill DCXs. And you've got restores to fix things if things do get killed. So that's the joke. You've also got... you have a Huntress on this thing. Okay, so you do have a search radar. And a lot of auto guns. 2 large teams. Large DC lockers are a bit rough on line ships because you can't really hide them behind reinforced components. They tend to die quite quick, which is why I typically like to run reinforced DC lockers on line ships. All right, do have a little bit of ups here. This is a super cheap liner, so I see. And then the other one is even cheaper. Same general stuff I see here. Pinpoint, large DC. Okay. The Acello ended up being quite expensive. Yeah, Acellos are expensive by default to try and like discourage people from just running 2 of them. You can run 2 of them and do fine, but they're kind of supposed to be used for supporting other ships, which is why they're so expensive by default. You're supposed to just have 1 of them as a support ship. But yeah, you can make 2 of them work. For this particular fleet, my general recommendation would be to remove 1 of the liners, put some reinforced components here in the bow, get rid of your gun plotting centers, put a search radar on this thing, and then use the points you got from deleting the other liner to fully build out your other one, and then maybe include like a sprinter for like jamming support or soft kill support. Having 2 liners is nice, but like this cheaply built, they're gonna get killed really quickly. But yeah, other than that, yeah, no, you can make it work. Pairing plasma with 100 mil is a very good option, a very good idea. You get insane damage output out of a full 100 mil bulker, and having the plasma to make it work is always useful. Seen an interesting 3K Acello with the big VLS instead of the forwardmost turret and tons of really good PD. Interesting. I'm thinking, you're probably thinking of like a missile spam Acello then. One of the builds that OSP runs are torpedo Acellos or missile Acellos. For people that don't know why the Acellos specifically run this, if you're running command guidance on missiles or torpedoes, the ability for the command seeker to see the enemy ships is related to their ability to communicate with your ship. And since the Acello has super powerful communications equipment, if you buff it with the, I think it's the supplementary radio. Yeah, if you buff it with the supplementary radio amplifiers, it can just communicate with the command missiles even through comms jamming. Which is why occasionally you'll see battleships with 2 interruption jammers on them. And that's basically just to counter Torpcellos. Because Acellos with buffed communications equipment, they broadcast so much, they have so much broadcast power out of their antenna that they can just broadcast through comms jamming, and it's really funny. But yeah, the bones of this fleet are strong. The idea is pretty solid. Of course, there are a couple changes I would make, right? Like, remove the liner, make this one more expensive, stick a search radar on this thing, and kind of invest more into some reinforced stuff up here. But other than that, yeah, this is a pretty solid, I guess, concept for a build. Yeah. All right. Let's move on to Protectorate CC fleet. So we have a double command cruiser fleet. Check on who posted this. This was LPO again. This was your first OSP fleet. Okay. Pretty strong start for an OSP fleet. The double Acello, the double Acello plays very similarly to an ANS fleet. Very easy to know, very easy to understand. I'm already seeing Pavises and Bastions. Oh, you do have an Aurora on here. Okay, so you do have some ANS point defense. Like we were talking about earlier, bringing ANS hard kill here instead of OSP hard kill is very useful. Even down to just replacing the Pavises with Defenders is a very useful thing to do, because Defenders have much higher accuracy than Pavises do, and can intercept missiles much more reliably. What's my opinion on mine layering? I do not play mines a whole lot. If you want some good mine tutorial stuff, check out Tuna on YouTube. They are the mine connoisseur of the Nebulous community. But yeah, I'm assuming these ships are just duplicates of each other. They look pretty similar. Damage control, I'm seeing a lot of... oh, yep. This is incredibly based. Incredibly based. Stacking reinforced components in the nose. If you go bow on with an Acello, the armor profile of an Acello is very optimized for bouncing shells. So even though these things don't have much armor, they can be deceptively tanky because their armor is just sloped in such an effective way for bouncing incoming fire. And especially when you stack a bunch of reinforced stuff in the nose like this, they become very tanky. So yeah, I do really like this with the reinforced stuff in the nose. This is exactly the same way I build my Acellos. Just make them super unkillable. Gyro, Scryer, Parallax. Okay, running ANS sensor equipment. That's good. It's what you like to see. You do have, I'm assuming those are AMMs, right? Yes. Okay. For AMMs, if you're using the smaller blast frag, you want to make it as big as possible to deal as most damage. If you're using the EL1, you do as small as possible to save points. For Acellos, you don't really need AMMs. You want to be relying on the jamming equipment that ANS can bring, like the interruption, and you can also combine this with the Lyrebird that OSP has to gain Omni soft kill capabilities. You've Dragonfly, Sundrive in the big slot. Do not recommend that. Sundrives have like no health. The second these things take like any bullet to them, they die. So if you're running Sundrives, you want to put them in the small slot just so they have like a smaller hitbox. Also, ANS big drives are super good here. You can see that health on ANS big drives. Fun fact, ANS is completely incapable of killing big drives on Acellos with beams. No matter how many FPAs you put on a beam on ANS, they cannot kill these big drives on Acellos. And that's just because of the damage threshold. ANS big drives are incredibly tanky. Yeah, pretty standard double Acello build. The DC setup looks pretty good. I typically swap out one of these rapids for another reinforced. Rapid, reinforced CIC. Okay, yeah, pretty standard stuff. Bullseye on both of them. Yeah, I would say that the only thing... I would also replace one of these mount gyros, rear mountain gyro, with another ammunition elevator. Needs flak. It does kind of have flak. It has the bastions, but on OSP or on Cellos, you can get away with not having flak and just spamming auroras. But mount gyros aren't all that useful, especially on a hull like this, where you're pretty much just gonna go bow onto the enemy. Your turrets don't really need to turn a whole lot. You're always gonna be pointing them towards the enemy. Damage threshold. Okay, so damage threshold is one of Nebulous's weird mechanics. On reinforced components, you'll see that it has this reinforced tag next to where it's lists damage threshold. And the best way I can describe this is if say you have a component that has a damage threshold, let's say 35 here, and you're being shot at by a gun that deals 30 damage per shot. Even if that gun takes the hit points of your reinforced DC locker to 0, if it can't deal more than 35 damage per hit, it cannot kill it, which is why damage threshold is one of the strongest things that a component or module can have. And which is why ANS can't kill big drives on Acellos with beams, because beams do tick damage. So beams do a lot of damage, but it's damage per second, and each tick is the actual damage being applied. And ANS big drives, they have 70 damage threshold. The only thing that can really kill these things is 450 fire. But yeah, damage threshold is super strong because effectively what it can allow you to do is effectively it can allow a 0 health compartment or component keep absorbing damage if the damage threshold isn't enough to actually kill it, which is why you typically see a lot of Ox steerings in the front here, because their damage threshold is super good and they have a lot of health for how cheap they are. Reactors also have pretty good damage threshold. These micro ones, you can use them for tanking. Radars as well have pretty good damage threshold and health. This is why in matches, occasionally you might hover over the health of your components. You might see a component that's red, but have 0 health instead of being gray. That's because it got down to 0 health by a weapon that couldn't break its damage threshold. And that's why missiles cannot actually, like, kill you by themselves. Missiles divide their damage into rays, which is always less than the damage threshold of reinforced components. It's a gameplay mechanic to basically prevent you from just being insta-killed by missiles. A missile swarm will take you to, like, 0 health on all your reinforced stuff, but it will not actually kill them. And that's why on a lot of my ships, you'll see that I have a lot of reinforced DC lockers compared to large DC lockers, because reinforced DC lockers are going to survive massive missile hits and stuff like that. They're going to survive a lot more, and they can be used to restore the large DC lockers, which I can then get restores out of. But yeah, this is a pretty strong double Ocello fleet. I do like this. Other weapons, longer range would prevent missiles from being too OP. Missiles are... I wouldn't consider missiles OP, and I would actually consider them fairly balanced. Learning how to counter missiles is one of the hard things to learn in Nebulous. You want to be relying on both soft kill and hard kill. So both jamming and decoys, as well as so that everyone is scared of missiles being OP. Yeah, a lot of people are scared of missiles. Those tend to be the people who haven't really developed good counters to them yet, because there are counters to the missiles if you understand them. There's no missile seeker combo in the game that cannot be soft killed in some way. Even with EO guided missiles, OSP does have the EO jammer. You can always decoy them or confuse them or find another way to defeat them without destroying them. There's always a combo to do. Some of the combos are kind of hard to execute, and that's kind of the point. But once you figure out how to, missiles become a whole lot less deadly. And of course, good hard kill setup is also very useful. Having Auroras and Sarissas and stuff on Ocellos makes missile play very difficult against you. But yeah, I think the only thing I would really change on this fleet is to change around the drive stuff. Having a sun drive here, not good. You want to be putting this in the small slot here so it has a lower hitbox, and you want to be moving the Dragonfly here probably to here so it has more health. But yeah, I think I'm going to take a sip of water, and I think we move on to the next fleet. Okay, I think we're down to the last one, the Q&A fleet. I'm assuming you made this specifically for the Q&A based on the name. Gray posted this. I don't know if that's their name in the Twitch here. Forgive me, I'm still kind of learning your names here. Kind of new to this whole thing. All right. That's me, Gray. Oh, yep, there, fitting name. Fair enough. All right, so we have a mass driver line ship. Okay. Very invested one, too. G777, boosted, DC storage, citadel, magazine, plant control. I'm assuming you got a lot of plant controls there. E-reg, light civilian. Yep, okay. So you've steered clear of the trap right away of putting a radar on a mass driver line ship. Do not put a radar on a mass driver line ship. The power requirement will make your railguns basically just not fire at all. It will make your fire rate so bad. No sensors. Yep, perfect. Damage control complex and a large DC locker. Yeah. Even on backline ships like this, the complex is just such a good option to have. Bastionulus. How many bastions did it have? 7 bastions. Oh, okay. This is This is based. So with the bastions being buffed this patch, if you have a lot of them, they actually do hurt hybrids kind of a lot. Hybrids, after they stage, the actual missile has not a lot of health, and if you have a lot of flak and you just fill the area with shrapnel, you can kill them quite effectively. So yeah, max flak, this very based. I do like this. This is neat. You have submunition containers with no seekers. I'm assuming those are mine layers, right? Yes. Okay, Matic cooperative mines. No seekers. You don't need seekers on these. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, Bastion maxing has been smoking non-hard-skinned hybrids. Yeah, Bastion maxing absolutely fucking clowns on hybrids after they've staged. Yeah, no, I'm liking this. This is nice. It's a little bit more invested than I would typically have my mass driver line ships. Typically, I run them pretty cheap because typically they're not taking fire. They're not sort of being attacked a whole lot. You do have a lot of the mine layers, so that's probably fair. Oh, you've got decoy line ships. Okay, perfect. So for people who don't know, line ship decoys, they can be used as active decoys. Since they emit a signature identical to your line ship, they can decoy both ARAD and act seekers. It's really funny. If you fire them when you have incoming missiles, they can actually confuse act and ARAD. Next ship. Oh, this is based. You've paired the mass driver line ship with a 450 line ship. This is incredible. This is incredible, folks. Massive turn rate on this thing. Oh my god. Look at that linear thrust. 6 seconds to get to max speed. That's so funny. Okay. So for people who don't know, running 450 with a mass driver line ship can be quite good because mass drivers deal a bunch of damage but cannot break DT. They split their damage quite aggressively, and so they cannot actually kill reinforced things, but 450 can. So if you whittle them down with the mass driver line ship and then switch to the 450 one, you can just break all of the damaged components on already damaged ships. Works really well. I've seen this work quite a bit. The double drive is interesting. Typically for double drive, the Chi 777 for the small one, then I typically run the long haul drive. The downside to this is that flanking kills all of your damage control teams, so don't flank all the time. But yeah, no, the linear thrust works too. Are you rapid cycle cradling this? I see this ship keeps getting in my way. Rapid cycles. Okay, so you're rapid cycle cradling this. Yeah, so the every time someone mentions Master for Liners, I think the "it'll be fine" clip. Yeah, Bell had a fun moment there. They were not fine. Yeah, this works. Rapid cycle cradles. Okay, pretty good. So you're rapid cycle cradling this. I like that with the linear thrust. What you can do is you can fire your whole salvo of your 450 and then use your very big high acceleration to immediately just go back behind cover and wait for reload. That's typically how you build rapid cycle cradle. Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Cradle line ships. Oh my god. For the internals, this is a lot. Oh, this is much cheaper than the mass driver one. If anything, what I would do is I would replace. See if you can maybe make this your mass driver line ship a bit cheaper, and invest more heavily into maybe putting some reinforced DC lockers here, or maybe some gun plotting centers if you don't. Yeah, you already have one. Okay. Citadel CIC. Okay, that works. Typically, I do 2 reinforced CICs in line ships. Put one here and then put one up here. It tends to keep them alive longer. But yeah, pretty good build. I like this. I like this combo. You don't see it a whole lot. You don't see it a whole often, but this combo here of the 450 and mass driver works exceptionally well. And you got a little gun sprinter. Oh, this is cute. Reinforced drive, Ithaca Bridgemaster, reinforced rapid. Yep, this is exactly how I build mine. I think the ammo count is even identical. Nowadays, I would recommend you put flak in here. Flak and little gun sprinters is a very funny tool to use against fighters because you effectively have a fighter zoning tool that can just move really quickly around the map. Are there any hull types for liners that are better at certain things than others? Yes, thank you for mentioning that. For people who don't know, line ships have randomized hulls, and some of them are better for some things than others. I will show you kind of what I mean. I'll load a couple of my fleets and show you. And then Rubik's is your Bloodhound early warning. Okay. Bridgemaster, Trek Correlator. Wow, that's a lot of Trek Correlators. That's 4 of them. Jury-rigged. Are jury-rigs compounding? No, they are not. Okay, you might as well just do that. Boosted. Yeah. I mean, this is a standard little intelligence monitor. Yep, it'll stay in the back line, so not having much DC is not really a problem. It's very unlikely that you'll be obliterated. I forgot I have streamer mode off, so everyone just heard Flynn join. Say hi to Flynn, everyone.
Hey, just checking in.
Yep, we're going over
and got some groceries, and you're still reviewing fleets.
Yeah, this is the last fleet. I wanted to go over them in depth. People keep asking me on my channel for like tips and tricks and stuff, so I wanted to make sure I get.
So nice of you.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I get all of this in. But yeah, no, this is a fine fleet. I like this. The 450 and the Mass Driver combo works really good. The only thing I would say on this fleet, yeah, is maybe see if you can make the Mass Driver one a bit cheaper, so you can put more points into your 451, because your 451 is going to be closer to the front line, so it's going to be taking more fire. You could also maybe remove some of your mine containers if you need to. That's probably where I would what I would remove first to get the points if you need them. But yeah. Yeah, so people were asking what hulls line ships are better at different things. So the 2 different types of hulls that I like are the broadside one and the obelisk one. So if I go to this one here, you notice that on pretty much all of my fleets that have line ships that go broadside, I'm using this front here that has this thin section at the bottom. It gets thinner here. This is because, yeah, since the hull is thinner here, there is a higher chance that 450 HE or other high explosive stuff will just overpin through your ship instead of detonating. Whereas if you were running a line ship that was like thicker and you were running it broadside, there's more of a chance that the depth of your, like the thickness of the hull would cause the shell to detonate in your ship. But this little thin slab here, shells overpin this all the time, even if it's just HE, which is why I run this hull for broadside fighters. I also tend to run, which there's a way of specifically picking hull types. Technically there is.
They're actually,
you can.
So Duke of Stars has made a tool that lets you edit the files.
Oh, really?
More easily. Yeah. You should ask him about it. But it lets you select the exact hull types and stuff.
That's interesting. I just duplicate them until I find one that I like. But the back section here, you'll also see that I use this back section a lot, and that's because this back section gives you extra reverse thrusters just for free. The total health of all your reverse thrusters, by the way, is the same. It's just divided differently. But since you have them here as well as here, if you get shot a bunch in the front, you still have some acceleration coming out of these drives back here, which is why I like to run this this rear section. And then the other one I like is the more obelisk one. So that is this one here. With this one, the reason I like running the more flat ones is because they get mounts that point directly upward. So on the sides here, you have these here, which are perfect for mounting the casemates upward, because if you're firing, upward right here, these casemates can just be there. Whereas opposed to the other hulls, these mounts are kind of like sideways facing and cannot point up. The traverse on the casemates isn't enough. But, yeah, so Yeah, you'll also see that I'm even running this back section even when it makes no sense and it's pointing the drive directly into the rest of the ship. But yeah, that's kind of my two different types of line ship hulls. But yeah, you're right. There are definitely line ship hulls that are better at different things than others. But yeah, I think that was all of the yeah, that was all the fleets.
Well, good timing. I was going to tell you, in Dargs, I think they're finishing up the mash there.
Okay, I think I'm going to stick in this VC here because I said that I would give tips and tricks and point out strategies and stuff. So
Sounds
I'll
good.
probably stick here.
I'm going to hop back to Dargs.
All right.
But
Oh, that's
best
the
of
wrong
luck.
button. Cool. Yeah. Dark's
See ya.
Coliseum. Yep, see ya. No one pay attention to this password. This password does not exist. It's fake. It's fake. It doesn't exist. It's not real. Nobody saw that password. No, Twitch didn't censor that. Nebulous automatically does that. While we wait for this match to get ready, I am going to quickly step away from my computer and refill my water bottle. I will be right back. Alright, I am back, and it looks like they're trying to... Are they trying to balance the server? I think they are. Is Neko still live? They raided me earlier, so I doubt it. I wonder if Darg is live. I'm gonna look. No, sorry, I'm still here. I'm, clear spectators. Yeah, no, I figured he was doing, cast stuff. I asked Vastal if, they would give me permission to stay, but we may not be able to spectate this, unfortunately. I'm fine if I have to, step out. That's fine. We can go do some more matches, somewhere else. Yeah, if you want to watch the match, Darg is live. I think you can just probably the only other streamer under Nebulous right now. You can probably find him pretty easily. Vastal is starting another lobby, I've just been informed, so maybe we actually play one in the Coliseum. That'll be fun. Oh, Trogheed Martin. Yeah, Trogheed Martin is Tethys, by the way. They do funny things with their name. Yeah, welcome to the liner experience where you spend 20 minutes in the fleet editor trying to get the hull you like. My recommendation is if you get a hull that you like the look of, save it as a separate template, and then you can just modify that fleet and then save as whenever you make changes to it, and so you always kind of have a template to use. Still no response from Vastal. Vastal's probably on Do Not Disturb now for the casting. Here, let's ask Darg. Okay, cool. We got permission. We're staying here. We get to watch the good players do things. I can pretend to be Darg. Do some, Can I have another 1,000 points because I'm blue? Wait, 3 Cats is a lieutenant? No, that's not right. 3 Cats is on an alt. Three Cats is not a blue. Master Aegis says, Are people on their, like, alt accounts here? I'm recognizing some of these badges. Who wins? I don't know. Duke scares me.
Team 2 easy victory.
Team 2 easy victory. Yeah, Duke has some terrifying tech. Speaking of which, there will be a video out soon, trademarked, on a match with Duke and his terrifying tech. It's the S1 one, by the way.
Yeah, that's probably what he's running this match.
Yeah, it'll be funny. You guys get a sneak peek at the experience Flynn and I had with Duke a little bit ago. All right, you want to co-cast with me, Flynn?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know Dargy's also casting, right?
Yeah, but we can usurp him. We can take control of the Coliseum. It'll be ours forever.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
mean, it's his Coliseum, but sure, whatever.
All right, Team 1, we have Kalmia, McMuster, Star, and Quiz. Team 2, we have Puppy from Hell, Duke of Stars, Doss, and 3 Cats. Team 1 is ANS, Team 2 is OSP, as usual. I'm going to flip this around so that it's, not messed up.
You might streaming. I'm not actually spectating.
Oh, you're not, are you? Okay. We'll see if this crashes my computer. All right, if my stream suddenly goes dark, it's because I tried streaming...
wait, I'll watch your Twitch version.
You can just watch... Yeah, just watch my Twitch stream. I can stream twice at the same time.
Yeah, that might be a little stressful for your computer, but
No, it'll be fine. I'm sure this 3-4-year-old PC can handle
Here.
it. It'll work.
while they're deploying, did you know 3 Cats in a Trench Coat is actually a Commodore, despite their blue rank?
Yeah, I was just commenting on that to chat. 3 Cats is on an alt. They are using deception warfare. 3 Cats is a Commodore, like Flynn said. They are not a blue. Someone is lying on their resume. I'm seeing a lot of deployment on OSP down low. What is happening?
Das is gonna grum them.
Oh, he is now, huh?
He's pretty good at the game. I don't know. You might not have seen a lot of him because he's a tester.
No, I've seen DOS occasionally. You have a zoom in on a carrier. It looks like Kamiya's running a carrier. Neat. All right, let's go down the list. Kamiya with a carrier with no big drive. Okay, wow, this is a very cheap carrier. Makes sense considering that they're running 2 beamstones. 2 FPAs in each, frontline, dragonfly, yep, pretty standard. This is pretty similar to how I build them. And 2 Elent gun shuttles, or gun sprinters. Okay. These Elent gun sprinters are very useful for hunting down OSP's long-range search radar stuff. It gets picked up super easily on Elent. So I'm assuming that's what these little sprinters are for, just to go around the map and hunt down OSP backline assets. McMuster's got what looks like TF Oak. I think this is a variation of TF Oak. I don't think TF Oak comes with the hangar bay, does it?
No.
All right. He's got, I think those are halberds. Yeah, RS-35, so he's got halberds in there.
Reasonable. No, gunpowder center in the nose, base. See, it's like this. You only need accuracy when you're far away, and by the time you get close and they've shot you a bunch, you don't need accuracy anymore.
Oh, is that how it works? I would swap the place of these 2 aux steerings in the core with the DC lockers in the nose, just to make sure you keep your restores. Quiz. Oh, I already see it on the side. Duke's running his creature. Quiz is running the cat fleet. I see FPA beamstones, 2 of them. Spy frig, yep. And then some cappers, torpedo cappers by the looks of it.
Pretty conventional stuff.
Yeah, pretty conventional stuff. This is similar to how I build them. Oh, nope, 2 of them. The last 2 are cheap point defense cringe cappers. Okay. And then Star is also running a carrier. Also stripped down to hell.
Oh, double carrier on ANS. Yeah, I told you.
And then railguns. Interesting. Okay. Let's start with Duke on OSP, because Duke's got the creatures. So Duke's strategy is to run a bunch of these pikes, which are supposed to be for support, but they have a launch time of like 30 seconds. And they have which ones have the... They have SAR-H illuminators, and then they have, yep, there it is. They have SAR-H illuminators, and then also have size 1 offensive missiles. Oh, yep, you can see over on B point, Quiz is getting annihilated. Yep, so that's a squadron of 12 fighters with S1s that were out at like the 2-minute mark on the enemy
like,
natural.
The way it works is like the illumination return is so big that chaff doesn't really do anything, jamming doesn't really do anything.
Right.
You just win.
That's the creature tech. We also have a squadron of 12 going for C point. Uh-oh. Poor ANS here. Quickly running through the rest of the 3 cats. Has a Raelicello, an escort carrier, and some cappers. So like a half-cap fleet. DOS has 2 450 line ships with fighter backpack and some assorted small cappers. Duke, we've already seen what Duke's bringing. Duke's bringing the creature. And Puppy from Hell is bringing another 450 liner fleet with carrier backpack. Okay. So some of OSP's fleets are pretty standard. Keyword on some. Also, by the way, the pikes, because you have 12 of them in dogfights, they have the 20mm gun. They're also very scary in dogfights, too. Duke's tech is slightly terrifying. Just slightly, though.
I mean, having 40 radar contacts is just overwhelming.
Yeah, just wait until he launches the 24 Barracudas. We'll see that later in the match, by the way. More than likely. So it looks like OSP's deployed a lot of like 450 line ships low under A. I'm assuming these are to deny the point, whereas ANS has put all of their heavier assets high. Interesting. Okay, so I don't really see OSP deploy liners down here a whole lot. Typically you see them like up here next to the A point. But, I mean, I guess it works. ANS doesn't have anything load there to really counter them.
I think it gives them stronger control over E.
It probably does, yeah.
Smoked, right?
Normally, yeah. So one of ANS's primary tactics on this map is to immediately send ships for E since it's so exposed. So I guess that's probably one of the reasons why they put ships down there, down low. It allows them to keep line of sight on E. One of Quiz's cringe cappers getting grape shotted to death. You can see the 100 mil sidearms on these line ships, allowing this 450 liner to engage a light ship that 450 alone wouldn't really be able to do anything against. Alright, here comes the strike. Goblin Squadron is on C point. Will they delete this poor frigate? My frame rate is actually, like, dropping significantly because of all the fighters that are out.
Yeah,
and also it might be because I'm streaming as well. PD frigates in 20, yeah. So pikes don't have a lot of health. So if you do have a lot of 120 RPF and Sarissas and stuff, they can get killed pretty fast. Unfortunately for ANS, it doesn't really look like they have that. You have some ARAT Act hybrids going out down behind. I think these are out on where they thought the carrier might have been.
Trying to yab the enemy carrier.
We'll see if it works.
That final leg is completely wrong, though. And
yeah, I think it's gonna go into the rock.
ANS, their two carriers are in like the most predictable spots. OSP, the journeyman, the most predictable spot for a journeyman. The CLN, however, is like hanging back at the edge of the battle, which is like usually a better choice.
Yeah, the downside to this, of course, is that you have a longer time before your fighters are able to get to the front lines if you need to rapidly respond. But yeah, no, it's a very safe location for it. These missiles, somehow, despite their track heading them into the rock, get range issued. Okay, they ran out of range. Oh. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, Kalmia losing a destroyer to the S1 spam. Slasher Squadron completely obliterating this thing. What was this destroyer even doing? What was this destroyer even doing here?
What?
Yep, I figured that was greedy. Yeah, that was a very greedy position to put a beam destroyer, and Kalmia immediately paying for it as the thing just gets vaporized.
GG.
A-cap still uncontested. C-cap is... I think C-cap is going to go to OSP here. No, no, there is a beamstone in the area. But will it survive the 3 bajillion S1 Star H missiles coming for it? It'll kill the sprint. It'll kill the shuttle first, but
By the way, the main counter to Duke's strategy is using Auroras.
Okay.
If you try to fly these pikes within Aurora range, like the entire squadron will get annihilated.
Right.
And the Auroras are pretty good against the
look at this
S1s too. Yep.
Quiz with flak on his destroyer
Quiz
completely
is learning fast.
Yeah.
Just hard killed it.
Quiz just completely countered that entire strike. S1s have very little health, and so flak just absolutely annihilates them. Can't wait for the Galactica flak build to be meta to counter pikes.
Can you open up this destroyer so we can see exactly what mounts it has? Because it looked like maybe 2 to 4 stone walls.
I think it had 2, one on top, one on the bottom, and then 2 defenders on the sides. Yeah, so Stone walls do not take a lot of power to run, so even if you're running a pretty power-heavy destroyer, you can still run stone walls pretty effectively. This may be the play. To just enhance the... You may want to go a bit more higher investment on your goalkeepers. And I think you just beamed a fighter. That wouldn't surprise me. Beaming fighters is apparently...
really effective.
Well, yeah, as soon as the fighter even, like, touches the beam, it just gets annihilated, so... DOS losing one of... Or almost losing one of his, EO Illuminator ships under the map here to... Do you think Highball Squadron on OSP low in the map has ID'd the, ANS carrier yet? It's not detected.
They probably have a good idea of where it is.
They
Even if
definitely
they don't
do.
have the detection. I don't know that they have good cruise missiles or anything, though.
I don't think they
But
do,
the
but I
pikes-
mean... Oh, God. Look at the Duke's massed squadron of 3 fucking million Barracudas is ready to deploy at a moment's notice.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Like, what do you even do?
Duke is just... Uh-oh. Bolt Squadron on BD side. It's moving fast, and there's nothing between it and ANS's carrier. Oh, no. Yeah, this is definitely going for the, What's this carrier's name? Pitsy Ozone? Ritzy Ozone. Beautiful
Stars?
beautiful auto-generated name. This is... Yeah, this is Stars. A S1 dump on E-Point from ANS. Calmia is running the S1 tech in the Tontos. But unfortunately, Chaff completely
All
counters
these
them.
nice missiles to choose from, and you choose the 1-point S1s.
Is S1 spam the meta? No, it's not. Please don't.
It's actually really bad.
I mean,
But
it's
people are making it work.
Duke is dogfighting these Tontos.
Yeah, I mean, he wins that.
I mean, yeah, he's got 12 20mm cannons. Yeah, and you see, this is why Duke's meta is so terrifying here, because even though pikes are, like, really bad at dogfighting, he's got 12 of them. Like, what are you supposed to do here?
You just not take that
ANS
fight.
loses that entire Tonto squadron for no losses on Duke's end.
Not to mention this CWAX.
Yeah, that
100
CWAX is going to go down too. That is... Does it have the Elent on it? It doesn't look like it has the Elent on it, so it's only going to be a 75-point loss, but that's still rough. S1 Strike is out on one of Kalmia's beamstones, and this beamstone has no flak.
Bye.
In the process, Duke loses a couple of his pikes, but it's not like that matters. The tie-dye going down to, like... Oh my god! Oh, this is so sad. Duke is terrifying. Both of Kalmia's beamstones are out of action entirely now.
Look at this liner that's flanked up on the right-hand side here.
This Marauder...
Down low,
Whoa!
below B point.
DOS has a line ship on B point. Yeah, the only thing between... Can it detect the carrier? Does it have a Huntress? No, it only
It's
has a
pretty
bridge.
close.
It has a
It'll
bridge
get
master.
It'll get to that range close enough.
Star needs to move that carrier immediately. ANS does
he's had
take
plenty of
control.
money.
ANS does take control of the E point, giving them the cap advantage here.
Mhm.
We'll see how long they're able to hold it, though. Quiz is gonna lose his beamstone to those 450 line ships. Natel is pretty beat up. Another mass S1 strike from Kelmion Puppy's early warning ship down here. Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess. Just wanted to send a message that she can do it too, huh?
3 million AMMs being deployed from Photon Squadron to try and defend that, but unfortunately it's too late. This...
Oh no.
Remember when I wanted to stream a match and be like, hey guys, this is what the meta is. You guys can watch this and gain tips, and then this happens? What am I even supposed to take away from this?
This isn't the meta, it's just sad.
This is just incomprehensible.
I know what ANS needs, 450mm RPF. Yeah, this guy gets it.
Counter the pikes. We need a pike counter immediately. What's funny here is that, oh my gosh, Kalmia losing an entire fighter squadron. That sucks. Duke not even waiting, deploys another squadron of 12 fucking pikes. Oh my god.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, these missiles are 1 point each. Like, you can just refill them. You can bring, like, 700.
Right.
Like, yeah.
OSP getting B here. That carrier is moving now that it knows that that line ship is there. It should be worth noting that Kelmia does have this random Elite Sprinter way wide on B point that can potentially recap if given the opportunity.
How about, like, frontline assets? Like, none of them are really treated besides, like, I guess the beam destroyers count as frontline, maybe, but...
I guess, yeah, no, the front line is,
larger
like...
assets.
The front line is, like, not doing anything right now. Except for DOS's, line ship on B point. OSP also able to retake E, flipping the caps entirely.
I think Star is, like, on Porter or something, because his... Has he been detected yet, this levy near B point?
Not to my knowledge. The line ship only has a bridge master, though. So...
He is working it.
Oh. Make Muster going over the top to engage the liner with one of his Axfords. The other Axford staying behind to overlook A point. We'll get to see here. Is this a Greedford? Oh, it's kind of a half Greedford. Yeah, we'll get to see how much damage the...
The levy has been spotted.
Oh. It's been
By,
spotted
Fury
by...
Squadron, probably.
Fury, yeah, Fury or Flanker.
Oh. S1's out on...
We have an S1 dump on DOS's line ship. The Chaff coming out. S1s are going to be a much less effective weapon on a large ship like a liner, but... I mean, some hits. The Chaff being illuminated by the Tontos means that a lot of those are going to miss. Some hits, though. We also have some hybrids hit from up above. I think they're rail keystones pitching in some fire. Unfortunate. Remember, kids, you can only do the S1 dump thing if you're Duke. Oh god, speaking of Duke, do you see that squadron of 24 Barracudas on a BT side? Oh my god, that I have a feeling this levy is not long for this world. Wait, the levy took damage? What hit the levy? What happened? What hit it? Did I?
Yeah, maybe just that single guy.
The single Barracuda. The Barracuda's missile defense, though.
Well, it had rockets, empty rocket pods.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh.
R1s.
That's unfortunate. That's an entire hangar knocked out.
It had no restores. Oof.
No, it had no restores. That levy is not in a good condition right now. Well, neither of the levies
it's
on
also
AS.
getting shot. That's
It also,
probably
yeah, it's getting
a
railgunned
contributing
too. This is not looking good for ANS.
It never was. I mean,
it never was, but like,
Like, first of all, there was a rank disadvantage, and second of all, they decided to bring 2 levies.
Oh,
Like,
the 24 Barracudas are going for one of the Axfords.
oh no.
Guys, I think this Axford may not be long for this world.
It's all alone. and
It's
it just
all
has 2
alone.
stone
What is it? What is it gonna do? Oh my God, Duke! Duke is actually terrifying. The lag. Yeah, no, this is the real lag device. Oh my God, my frames are so bad right now.
What are they armed with? Like, can you mouse over? They're probably just
They're
bombs, right?
they're unguided bombs. Yeah, this is the
Yeah,
same build that they were
Axford
running
is
last time.
just fucked. Like, it's gonna be gone in 2 seconds.
Oh, some of them dying. Oh, oh. It's gonna cost
Okay.
Duke a lot of
Oh,
planes
the
here.
side on the right-hand side. There's like a
Yeah,
little
look at
frickin-
this. Uh-oh.
there.
Is this the counter? Duke's entire squadron
It's
here
one
is
of
just
the
getting
counters.
annihilated.
I mean, the Axford is a little bit too far from the bombers. Oh, no.
Oh, the bombs are
Just
out.
scouted that out a little
The
bit
bombs
better.
are out, but
That's not nearly
these
enough mass.
these halberds just gunning them down.
Yep, that's an entire squadron of 24 up, right?
Yeah, that was 24. All of them are gone. But will these bombs
And
hit
maybe
is the
that
question.
Bumps that up, I think. Yeah, maybe.
No,
Oh,
not really. And this is why bombs are so deadly.
But like, okay, if
Oh,
that
and-
PB was weaker, like that X would be completely dead. And
Yeah.
it's doing okay.
So the reason bombs did that much damage, bombs break damage threshold. Instead of missiles where the damage is divided into rays of smaller damage, bombs, the division is not as bad, which is why this Axford lost all of this reinforced stuff in the nose. Yeah, unguided bombs are very deadly against capitals. They absolutely just remove all of your reinforced stuff. This levy here forced to retreat back into the firing range of the liner. The liner, however, seems preoccupied making sure this Axford never does anything ever again.
Wish you were never born, sir.
This... so we have another strike of 12 pikes from Duke here. Oh, this is so evil.
Yeah, I really still think he used those Barracudas a little too early.
I think he did. I mean, it did damage, but, like, he lost the entire squadron. How many of those does he have?
That being said, ANS is so weak on frontline that like he did effectively cripple half their frontline. So,
Oh, he's out of Barracudas. He only has 8 left.
Yeah. exactly.
Like, that was his whole... Okay, that was his whole thing.
Like
so,
that kind of had to work, and
yeah.
the angle of approach was the problem. Like going down the ridge. Where
Yeah,
the
he should have
three
tried it. He
ships
probably
can
should have
just
tried to
look at
keep
you.
it low. That's what you want to do with that sort of thing. You want to keep him low until the last possible moment, and then duck up. Where are these going? Quiz is going to have a sprinter obliterated here.
Bye bye.
Oh, the illuminator shut off.
Yeah, Quiz tasking him move order, probably like
Oh.
setting flank evade, drive course to the right. And, well, is it gonna be enough? Yeah, maybe. So someone was commenting like the OSP illuminator is significantly narrower.
Yeah,
than
which is
ANS
why the SAR H spam on OSP works so much better, because with the Alliance one, the beam is so wide that it tends to illuminate the chaff, whereas on OSP it tends to not. Tethys DC'd. Good job, my friend. At least you weren't one of the players. We have Lancer Squadron engaging Lancer Squadron over by OSP's other carriers. Oh, Lancer Squadron is going to try and engage these pikes.
That's ambitious.
Yep, I think Lancer Squadron's pulling back. They're SAR H. Where did the other ones go? What? It's a squadron of 3. The other ones just vanished. Huh? But Squadron still has missiles. Oh, they found the carrier!
The enemy is securing zone Boxer.
Duke has just enough fuel to fire and leave.
Nut and go.
Come on, you gotta launch him now. You're gonna run out of fuel. Uh-oh. Yep, here we go. Sorry, Kalmia.
He's just rubbing it in. Oh, no.
Bye-bye.
But she's actually, like, fine.
Yeah, it did a lot less damage, but I think that was only a half salvo, but...
It could be so much worse.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, she's out of restores, but, like...
Lancer Squadron attempting to engage Strife Squadron with nothing but nose illuminators.
Give it her cancer.
We've got the Battle of Mid going on over here. Some friendly fire from ANS as the 120 RPF from Kalmia's Sprinter going into Kalmia's own Tontos. This is, yeah, I think ANS might be screwed here, guys.
Not that we're rooting for one side or the other.
What is this? What does Star have? Why does Star have a fucking, Oh, look at, Duke of Star's, carrier. It got hit by something, and the other Star has a... The other Star has a sundial in OSP's backline? What is going on?
Oh, no.
What's happening back here? What were these things?
I wonder if they sent cruise missiles against it. Like,
They
there's this
probably
rail
did.
thing, right?
They probably did because Stinger Squadron next to the sundial is all air superiority combat air patrol stuff.
Yeah, so it's what it seems like to me is that Star is spotting Duke with this, and then see the cruise missiles going up through the ridge on the bottom of your screen now. Not those ones, but there's.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Like the
Yep.
rail array,
The rail array is getting good strikes into Duke's liner there. Speaking of
exactly,
strikes,
these ones. Exactly. That's the one.
these.
So that's kind of how it got damaged earlier.
No, these are defensive. What? 3 Cat sends a combat air patrol fleet to the enemy carrier. Huh. And Duke is now out of hangars on his carrier. He will no longer be able to resupply his ships. Or his fighters. Or land them. They will just run out of fuel and die. But Kalmia's carrier is also gone.
Yeah, I think they traded all the carriers basically. Stars is completely eliminated, by the way.
Huh? Oh, I'm assuming 450 did that. Yeah, it would try to retake B in front of a 450 liner.
Yikes.
Unfortunate.
I guess he just assumed it was done anyway.
I guess. I mean, ANS's frontline is still in an okay spot, but so is OSP's. Like, these... Oh, Duke still has a squadron of 10 Barracudas.
Well, OSP has a 4 cap and ANS has no points.
ANS has a no cap, yeah?
Yeah.
Is... looks like Duke's last bomber strike is out. Lightning Squadron on BD site again is another one of those unguided bomb Barracuda strikes. Yeah, and Kalmia, without the ability to launch fighters from their carrier, is just having Fencer Squadron combat air patrol the enemy carrier, just remove all of the planes.
Yeah. And I bet you Duke runs this bombing strike against the Axe for he crippled earlier, and it looks like this time he's taking like a low approach.
He's taking a low approach, yeah. I mean, at this point, you might as well just... Oh, what? Speaking of strike against the Axford, the other one taking hits from... I'm assuming those were, Those were like that was an S1 strike against the other Axford.
That's not going to be super effective.
Looks like Duke got his bombs out. Did less damage than it did last time, but now this Axford is out of restores and out of guns, so it's this random ass ANS. ANS loses the random sundial it had in the back of the map. Don't know why that was there, but now it's gone. And this Axford, having just been crippled, is now suddenly under fire from a very bad angle from Doss's 450 liner. That Axford is not long for this world. Doss has also put his other 450 liner on the C point, ensuring that ANS will never be able to get that cap point back. And the other Axford is falling victim to Puppy's 450 line ship group as it dives for A. I have a funny feeling that ANS is not going to win this one.
No, there's just no way.
There's no way, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dark is thinking of calling it soon. Except that there's maybe some more to play out. Hardly surprising. There's a pretty big imbalance in the teams.
There was, unfortunately, yes. You guys have to remember that Three Cats is not, in fact, a blue. Once again,
Wait,
a reminder for the viewers at home. Three Cats is lying. Three Cats did lose most of their cap assets, though. Their carrier is fine, though, and their rail cello is also fine, so...
Most of their cabinet, they had 3 shuttles.
Most of their cap...
Like that's like...
One of them died next. Oh, it was a rocket shuttle. That's what killed Kalmia's carrier. Three Cats got a rocket. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's like on ANS, you know, you kind of run your bombers and like this is what I've been doing, right? It's like you lock the enemy carrier, they just surrender. Sorry, Bill.
Right. Is it a spectator thing, or are those 450 liners doing individual fire orders for each gun? No, that's not a spectator thing. DOS just doesn't have his weapons grouped. You can see on, if someone's actually named their group, you can actually see that on spectator view. But yeah, DOS doesn't appear to have...
Names.
Yeah, you can give them really funny names and spectators can see them, but it looks like DOS doesn't have them grouped. I mean, if you hold shift when you're giving the fire order, it will group all like weapons together on all ships in the current formation, which is what DOS is likely doing. They're just holding shift when they give the fire order, and it effectively groups the weapons for them, while still allowing them to maybe fire at different targets. Yep, the Axfords are not having a good time right now.
The enemy secured zone eclipse.
Yeah, I would assume that Dark has already called this. Or as Dark would say, they'll see us in the post-battle report.
Yeah. I'm gonna step away for you.
Alright, I'm gonna get a sip of water. Oh yeah, good idea, good idea. Yeah, they are. They're still misaligned. Oh my gosh. A year of testing. A year of testing. And that's mass
game.
surrender from ANS. Yeah, that's it. That
I'm personally gonna go drop over to Darks and hear the post game from the players themselves.
yeah. If you want to hear the postgame from the players, head over to Dark's channel. The players will be in VC and we'll talk about their experience, but if you want to stick here, I will do my best to kind of do a run-through of what kind of happened. So, Kalmia, did okay with the... Okay, maybe not. Kalmia was doing the S1 spam thing that Duke was doing, but unfortunately, ANS's illuminators on their fighters aren't as good for the purpose because they have a wider cone. Kami's Keystone's going down super fast due to Duke's creature. We'll call it that. One sprinter stays alive, but didn't really do anything. I'm assuming this is the one wide B point, and then the other one dies. I think Mustard didn't really have anything to target with their 450 before they kind of got obliterated by Duke and also the other 450 liners. So, I mean, yeah, it's not much. The Halberds did lock in. The Halberds destroyed, like, a bunch of enemy craft in Duke's massive Barracuda strike. Quiz did okay with the Keystones. They did get bombed, though, unfortunately for them. And the rest of their cat fleet didn't fare all that much better. Star lost their carrier super kind of early. Didn't really do a whole lot with it. And I guess that's the end of the briefing. Okay. Cool. I didn't even get to see how much damage Duke did. That's probably the first thing I should have looked at. Safari Ellen, stay winning. Yeah, we had a really funny journey, let's say, from the DOS's liners flanking around the map. That's how you want to play those 450 liners, by the way. You want to be running them independently, and you want to be flanking around the map and using their superior speed to get superior firing angles on enemy armor. What are the? It's probably because everyone's in sensor view. They didn't notice the misaligned drives. Yeah, no. I'm finding that I'm in sensor view more and more often nowadays with carriers, especially. With frontline, you're still mostly in regular view, but. All right, we're doing another. How many viewers is Darg at? Am I beating Darg in terms of viewers? I want to know. Darg's at 25! Guys, we're more popular than Darg! Yeah! We're more popular than Darg, guys. Let's go! The Coliseum belongs to us! It's ours! We can take it from him now. He's legally required to give us the Coliseum. This is incredible. Stuck in sensor view in Homeworld. Oh, that's rough. It's a strange experience. Yeah, no, I bet. I mean, you can make it work still, just like you can Nebulous, but... Just constant pings and noises, yeah, I bet. Homeworld is the devs intended. Homeworld related to tinnitus. Homeworld is Homeworld is a very popular well, I guess popular is the wrong word, sorry. Very complex RTS, let's put it that way. It's full 3D. Yeah, no, full 3D RTSs can be really weird. Oh my god. Are the drone frigates any good? I'm sorry, it's been like at least a couple years since I've played Homeworld. A Homeworld campaign. The drone frigates. Oh, the ones that repair your fighters, I'm assuming, is what you're referring to. No, those were support. Drone frigates. They deployed drones for, like, missile defense, right? If I'm remembering correctly? All right. So, do we want to keep spectating the Colosseum, or do we want to try and join Flynn in a match? Because they said they're in Cali's right now. Bell gets annihilated because he's not in the Colosseum. Oh, never mind. Server's full. Guess we're doing Spectator Ulos on Tumbleweed too. All right, let's try and do another Coliseum spectating. Then we can maybe go into a match of our own. Get some more clips of me obliterating Solomons with bombers. Mildly adequate. Hey, mildly adequate. You're in my chat, right? No cheating. Poor Darg trying to coordinate this whole thing. I'm trying to balance team. The reason they're doing this, they want everyone in a voice call for these Coliseum matches. They're supposed to be kind of like, this is kind of like the competitive scene of Nebulous, if you can call it that. No one really pays attention to rank or how much you win, but the general kind of idea is that everyone's communicating, everyone's in a VC. They're all like coordinating as a team instead of just being a random lobby where everyone kind of does their own thing. Which is what the Colosseum was kind of made for. So, yeah. It's pretty neat watching the matches because all of the teams are so well coordinated most of the time. Alright, here we go. Alright, it'll just be me doing commentary this time because Flynn is somewhere else doing... I'm assuming Flynn might be doing another Coliseum match somewhere else in Kalmia's Thunderdome? Maybe? Potentially? Yep, it looks like Flynn's in a VC in the Coliseum. Looks like they're using Cali's Discount Thunderdome as a... another tournament spot. Alright, just like last time, Team 1 ANS, Team 2 OSP. Team 1 we have Captain Chaos, Carbo. I'm sorry to anyone that might be French out there. I just butchered that so badly. It's just Virgil and Secret Mink. And Team 2, Semi-Classic Star Fox, Mildly Adequate, Subtle Hubris, and Microsoft Edgelord. We are here on Tumbleweed. Very close in match. I kind of want to see how Carriers play on this map, if I'm being honest. I don't think I've played on this map since Carriers. And considering how tight it is, I have a feeling that Torpedo Bombers are going to be quite powerful here. Able to flank around rocks very quickly, dump torpedoes on unsuspecting targets. Lots of cover for them to get in close. Corbeau You're probably right. Thank you, Akagi. Thank you, Akagi, for saving me from embarrassment. Corbo. Okay. God, you can tell I'm American. I can't even pronounce a foreign word. I am not helping the stereotype, am I? Alright, looks like ANS is going pretty heavily east side. Typically, oh no, they do have some stuff on D side. Oh, that's a formation. We have in Acelo with monitor escorts. Okay, a very strong fleet comp. I see an illuminator here too. I'm assuming that's for countering jamming. Really quickly, for those who don't know, illuminators work by increasing the relative radar cross-section of any enemy ship within their radius. And so if enemies are jamming you out, you can point a couple floodlights in the direction the jamming's coming from, and it makes detecting ships a whole lot easier. It's one of the counters to jamming. ANS has no cat fleet. Okay. Captain Chaos running the beam battleship. Okay. You see beam battleships a lot on Tumbleweed. It's a very closed-in map. It's much easier to play them here than other maps. How many FPAs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so pretty standard. Parallax, fire suppression, aux steering. Whip. Oh, a Dragonfly. I would put another Whiplash there just for the speed so you can get closed in quicker. But a Dragonfly works as well. Pretty standard beam battleship build. The double Aurora escort. Okay, that's probably for anti-fighter work. Corbeau is running the carrier. Very, very lightly built carrier, considering he only has 2 escorts. It's all Tontos, too. He's got 30 of them in here. And a couple frigates. Oh, missile frigates. That's why the, yep, that's why the carrier is so cheap. Those are hybrids. At different points in the map. Sarissas, spyglass, adaptive radar receivers. Okay, those will help with ANS's intelligence.
The enemy is securing zone common.
We have a gun Axford with a hanger on the backpack, spyglass, track correlator. 2-track correlators in an adaptive radar receiver is typically not what you see when you run a spyglass. Typically, it's 4-track correlators, so you can get the firebolt tracks at spyglass max range. I don't know what that's doing there. If I'm running a non-track correlated Axford, typically you're just putting a parallax in it. So I have a couple of frigates. Is this a gun frigate swarm? It is. It's like a half gun frigate cluster. Interesting. We'll see how that does. And Mink is running triple CL, which, by the way, is very strong in the meta right now. Even though CL's technically got a nerf when it comes to their armor, the speed and acceleration buff they got completely offsets that if you know what you're doing. If you're constantly moving and using evade and orbit commands, you can dodge incoming fire at like 8 kilometers. And 250 RPF absolutely tears apart fighters. It is a very useful tool against them. On OSP, we have what looks like a more reasonable build. Microsoft Edgeler bringing 450 line ships to Tumbleweed. Oh, and a 250 line ship. Interesting. So triple 250. 2 of them are... triple line ship. 2 of them are 450. One of them's 250. Interesting. You don't see 450 a whole lot on Tumbleweed. There's not a whole lot of sight lines for getting good fire down. Mildly adequate. We've already kind of looked at their fleet. Standard is Acelo with Escorts fleet. This is a very strong fleet, very useful. You get good versatility out of this and good survivability. These ships on OSP, the Acelo and the Monitors, are very tanky when you know how to build them right. Having 600mm is also very useful. It does have some jamming on them as well, which is neat, and the Illuminators also on the Acelo are very useful for dealing with enemy jamming. Sammy's got the dispersed... Are these dispersed obelisks? No, they're together. Okay. This is a more reasonable line ship fleet for this map. You typically see this more. This fleet is very similar to my obelisk fleet that you may have seen in my videos. Effectively, you put 3 or 4 of the T-81s on the line ship and then fill the rest of them with T-30s, and you have a ship that has the ability to armor strip and also do damage in one package. He's got Citadel Complex. So he's not running the jury-rigged reactor. I actually run jury-rigged reactors on mine and do a double drive. Even though that debuffs the reload speed of the turreted plasma, I just do a bunch of rapid cycle cradles. And I just fire all the plasma at once at the very beginning, immediately. And I don't really need to wait on the reload because it gets enough plasma out that I can effectively cover an enemy ship with enough for it to strip their armor. And then Subtle Hubris is running the carrier half-cat fleet we've been seeing a lot of, or at least I have been seeing a lot of recently. Have a single 250, do they? On Sammy's fleet? They've got 3 of them. So 1, 2, 3. I run 3 on mine as well. I put 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and then I put the Pavis there. I typically like putting Pavises at center mass of line ships. It tends to shoot down more missiles. Yeah, so typically, sometimes you'll see them with only 1. The reason for that is that using 1 250 on the top of obelisk line ships allows you to basically unstupefy your line ship roll commands. So you click fire with the 250 on your on the top of your obelisk line ship, and the line ship has a much better job rolling and getting the 250 to bear, which allows you to get your other sidearms, your turrets, to bear. It also does give you more damage output. Rest of Subtle Hubris' fleet. He's got, I'm assuming this is the... No, he's got these independently. Interesting. Okay. So this is the design. This is kind of the new MMT design. You replace the MLS with the towels. Basically, it allows you to just rapidly reload anti-fighter missiles into your launcher. And typically, you run them in pairs. Because if you're running the towels, you only get a salvo size of 2. Interesting, but he's not running them in pairs. He's running them with these jamming escorts, which is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Alright, so he loses his cringe capper on E-Point, which is no big surprise. ANS had... I'm assuming that was Voodoo Squadron that got a strike through. Okay, or maybe not. What hit you? A hybrid, perhaps? I should have been watching that.
The enemy is securing zone eclipse.
Speaking of watching, for SGM2s. Wait, what did... Does he have 2 towels on this thing? Oh, that's what he's doing. Okay. So he still has... He's got the VLS on the bottom instead of the jammer, and then he has the jammer as an offset. Okay, I like that. It still allows you to take the... still have the good salvo size while also having the advantage of the talls. Unfortunately, Virgil's Frigate Swarm here is probably not going to do all that good. The Axford coming in behind, though, will do some damage to these MMTs. If, of course, it can see them past all this jamming. Love how they are... Just with the lines, but in space, so awesome. Yeah, the OSP, like, broadside and obelisk stuff is, like, really fun aesthetic, honestly. Both sides down a ship. Virgil's able to rock PD the second salvo. The Bastion... Not the Bastion, the rebounds finishing up the last missile. Effective rock PD from them, allowing them to not get missiled to death. However, the second one is out in the open and will likely have missiles incoming soon. Voodoo Squadron taking SDM hits, losing 1, 2, 3 of its fighters? 4 of its fighters? That's rough. 6, okay. 7, yeah. Okay, so Voodoo Squadron just got cut in half. That's why the talls on the MMT is so good. What? What just happened? Okay, that was weird. But anyway, that's why the talls is so good on MMTs now. It allows you to just rapid reload the defensive missiles into the launcher for denying fighters. Wonder if those were Kerbo's hybrids. We have Matic mines deployed on A point by you, I'm assuming. Or not. Could have been a mine container, potentially? Yep, probably a mine container from one of Edge's line ships. The rest, Impulse Squadron is engaging the, this poor little halberd. I always forget the name of these things. These things are really useful, by the way. If you run the advanced radar on them, you can lock with that radar. You can lock targets with it, allowing you to gain like an offset lock to counter jamming. But Impulse is just gonna annihilate this thing. This thing does have defensive S1s on it, although it's not using them, it's just high burning away. Yep, there it goes. Hubris Lancer Squadron has rocket pods, and it is out on Carbo's Sarissa missile frigate. Looks like Hubris is using the more aggressive evade command rather than juke to avoid incoming Sarissa fire. By the way, that's how you deal with like Grape Shot and Sarissa fire. You just go from juke to evade, and it increases the aggressiveness of your maneuvers that your fighters do, allowing you to dodge much more effectively. So how's the rest of the battle doing? Neither team's front line has really found each other. The Voxels have kind of found one of Sammy's line ships, but they're using their maneuverability just to avoid taking damage altogether. Impulse Squadron managed to swing around and intercept Lancer Squadron before it gets to target. The squadron's completely obliterated. Good work on Carbo for managing their resources, able to use their fighters to cover their other assets on the map. Voxels are taking some damage, though. Didn't really do a whole lot back. You can see these little bullet holes here. It looks like they were firing RPF at first. I think they thought this thing was much smaller than it actually was. The other Obelisk is just watching over A, making sure that ANS doesn't make any plays for it, although ANS doesn't even have anything down there to make plays with. How's the beam battleship doing? Oh, the beam battleship is going. I don't know if it's been spotted yet. We'll see what the beam battleship does. If it can catch these obelisks at point-blank range, those obelisks are going to go down pretty quick. What are obelisks again? Obelisks is just referring to this type of line ship where you put the casemates on the top, and then you fill the side with turrets, and then you just go like top down and you fire at things from like top down. It's called that because it's just a tower you're engaging, like an obelisk. So obelisk is a different type of obelisk is one way to build a liner. The other is broadsiders, which is what Microsoft Edgelord brought with the guns on the side. Corbeau with EO missiles out, and it doesn't look like OSP has any blackjacks to counter that. Unfortunate. It means that OSP will not be able to jam out these hybrids. However, the 100 mil flak from these monitors doing quite a bit to shoot those down. One of them does get through, though. Hurts one of the cannons a little bit, but doesn't really kill it. I'm assuming he's got damage control complexes on these. No, he doesn't. Okay, interesting. Rest of the fight, the beam battleship is locked. It's locked by one of the obelisks. And also, more likely, it's probably locked by the Ocello. Although it does get beams, it's getting beams out on this poor obelisk here.
The enemy is securing zone common.
Needs to battle short and break structure on this thing. Two of the plasma turrets going down pretty early there. That sucks. Bombshells are going into the battleship. Curious. Bombshells do not pin Solomon armor, but the oh, well, that's a dead tug. Absolutely vaporized. Sammy's other line ship that does have plasma, however, is getting into the fray, getting plasma down range. Indeed, the super laser piss. Oh, that sucks. The Citadel magazine immediately going down, meaning that this liner no longer has any ammo for its guns. The other one does, though, and is rising back up to engage the plasmid side of the Solomon that has been armor stripped by the other liner. This liner also had a critical going on. Oh, it's just a magazine cook-off, so it'll most likely be fine. Yep. The Solomon player identifying immediately that the other line ship is the threat gets beams on it instead. However, one of the beam misses and one of them does like no damage. I really don't know what happened. Zooming out, not a whole lot else is happening. These voxels are engaging some small assets over here. They found they found the 250 liner from Edgelord. It's pointing kind of in the wrong direction. Alright, the first liner is structure broken. So structure break means that, so every ship has a structure hitbox, which is kind of a box in the middle of the ship. And once that hitbox is broken, any damage that goes into the structure will be redistributed out into every single component left on the ship. Meaning that this line ship, if it takes damage to like anywhere within this box here, is just gonna start taking damage everywhere. Being structure broken is a bad thing. The Solomon now bow on, able to sort of absorb this damage. It looks like they're pulling back, perhaps not wanting to take this fight. They are battle shorting a little bit more. You can see the structure break taking into effect here. All of those, the damage popping up in random places, even though they're nowhere near the structure. The magazine is gone. Several of the guns are offline. This line ship is going to die pretty quickly. It does have 10 restores, so it can get back up and going if it does manage to get into cover. But this battleship here, I don't think it's going to let it. The other line ship's relatively fine, able to restore all of its components with the restores it has. Virgil losing one of their frigates on a sea push. They do secure the sea cap for a little bit. Although these voxels are... Yeah, these voxels are right there, pumping down 250 RPF fire into these light assets. 250 RPF fire hurts a lot. You can see how fastly these things are dying. Even have some RPF support fire from the Axford? Wait, what fired that RPF round from above? What am I missing? Was it just 450 HE that I saw? I thought that was RPF. Huh. But yeah, these voxels knowing to switch to HE to finish off this poor Draugr here. They're not going to be able to deny the C point, but this Axford is going to be able to dive onto the point and just capture it. That's a bulk mag blowing. How's the battleship doing? Battleship's still fine. It's still engaging these liners. This is the more healthy one. It's... Ooh, immediately cores multiple of those weapons in the center there. And those beams are going directly into that structure. So that structure is... Yep, there goes the structure break. And there goes all of the damage around the ship. This poor liner getting beat up quite a bit. The magazine goes down again and is no longer able to feed ammo into the guns. However, Adequate managing to get a flank on the battleship there, right into its soft underbelly, firing 450 HE like he should. You want to be firing 450 HE into the broadsides and belly of battleships. It does pin, and it does a lot of damage. You can see here this thing went from green and yellow to orange pretty quickly. Although a battleship being a battleship, it is surviving this quite well. Sammy lost his other liner. Okay, we must have missed this. The battleship must have killed this one. And then their other liner's pretty crippled. So the Beam Solomon here doing its job, dealing with the enemy front line. It's got it completely distracted. All of the enemy front line is currently dedicated to killing the Solomon, and the Solomon's surviving it quite well, considering how much fire it's under. Although that might change here with the addition of Edgelord's 450. Although by now the rest of ANS's front line has caught up to the battleship, and this Axford is giving supporting fire to the battleship, and it's these 450 liners, which appear already damaged. I'm assuming that was Corbo's missile strikes damaging those line ships. But yeah, 450 fire into a battleship like this is going to take it out pretty quickly. This battleship needs to withdraw immediately and start effecting repairs. It did its job. Most of OSP's front line is kind of distracted and scattered. Subtle Hubris has lost their entire cap fleet at this point.
The enemy is securing Zone Atlas.
ANS securing A with the voxels, able to clear the minefield that was there with the 250 RPF. The mines weren't really well hidden, so they could just spot them and destroy them. The 250 liner, though, I don't think ANS knows this is here. If it can get a broadside on those Acellos will go down pretty quickly. The battleship taking quite a bit of fire here. It's still locked. It's trying to get into cover away from these liners, but its reverse thrusters are gone. So it's. I think this Solomon might go down here. More missiles into the liners, but by now I don't think it's really enough. These 450 liners did quite well, actually. The voxels doing their job. This one's gonna die. It's broadside pointed away from a 250 bulker. It's gonna get torn apart.
Zone Atlas.
Did you get the point, though? Is it targeting one of these ones over here? It is. This liner is targeting one of these two instead of this one. This one's not spotted. It wasn't spotted before. The voxel's engaging the Monitor Acela fleet down here, taking some pressure off the battleship, but I don't think... Ow, that hurts. I don't think this battleship's really going to be doing much more this match. This is Acela trying to spin its guns around to engage this liner. I think Edgelord is busy microing the 450. I don't think they know that their other liner is under attack. Sammy's other liner, the still alive one, comes up to finish off the Solomon. I don't think that Solomon's getting out of there. Voxel here is starting to take damage against Adequate's fleet. As this Voxel is now locked by this 250 liner, it's trying to get out of there. We have a squadron of 12. What happened here? What was this squadron of 12 from Corbo? What happened? Oh, I wonder if it hit this one. It's kind of structure broken right now. Anus does have the cap advantage right now. Yeah, this battleship is out of restores, only one beam left. Still technically a threat, right? One beam is still a beam. But the BB was too cautious shorting the beams. I completely agree with you. On my battleship, I would just battle short until my beams were like orange. Especially if I came across line ships like Sammy's. Those are my priority target. I need to kill those. I don't think it was entirely his fault, though. Microsoft having these liners up above was a very good play. They were able to catch that BB out of position when it pushed to finish off Sammy's liners. But unfortunately, yeah. Oh, there goes a tug. Did this Axford get cooked? Nope. Just barely didn't get its armor stripped. But now this liner coming up against one of Sammy's liners here. It's not spotted. I'm assuming this thing doesn't have a radar. Its radar is gone. No, it does not have a radar. It's also being engaged by the voxels. I think, right? That's what that was? Oh, one voxel goes down. The other one gets its drives annihilated, presumably by this 250 liner. That sucks. Looks like it was trying to get to B point. Oof. Is that an overload? That's an overload. This, unless they scram, this is probably going to explode. That work speed debuff is rough. I think here that this Axford will be able to finish off this already crippled liner. That magazine is already pretty low health. And considering that this thing is structure broken, that magazine can go down even if the 450 shells don't directly hit it. This voxel is no longer spotted. It can go dark. It is dark. It can repair that that overload.
The enemy is securing zone eclipse.
Yeah, it needs to scram like right now. Yep, scram is in play. Okay, the scram worked, so they were scramming. So scramming destroys any reactor that's overloading. You have to, since when could you scram reactors? Since quite a while actually. Not a lot of people use it a whole lot. What it does is if you have an overload, you can scram your reactor. Effectively, it'll just kill the reactor or any reactor that's overloading, including drives. So you have to get them back with restores. How it works is it takes 30 seconds for the shutdown to work, meaning that you have to scram a little bit before you would explode, right? So you have to scram. My recommendation is 40 seconds before because it takes a couple seconds for the button press to hold because you have to press to hold it for a bit. But yeah, not a lot of people used it because up until a couple updates ago, you never really had to. But in a recent patch right before Carriers, they, when it came out, I got this game when it came out, yeah. So if you haven't been playing for a while, you might have missed some things. Not a lot of people have been using it for a while because there was a recent, I guess, nerf to reactors. So now damage control teams actually repair them slower than they were before, meaning that scram is much more useful. And also there, you can see on that voxel, it had a bunch of debuffs on the reactor, causing the teams to repair it slower. So yeah, scramming was the option there. Yeah, repair debuffs are actually, they're lethal. Yeah, no, you get a fuel line fire, and there's like a work speed debuff in the reactor that it's happening in. You are done. Like, you're screwed.
The enemy is securing zone eclipse.
The battleship has no restores, and its last beam is gone. Unfortunate. So the battleship is no longer in play. Its escort frigate is. It can cap points. Anus is going to get a 4 cap here if they manage to secure these points. E is completely uncontested, and OSP doesn't have anything there. B is what this voxel was going to before it got its drive shot out. Looks like Edgelord is going to try and get their liner back onto A point. Or not. I don't know what's going on there. If I were Edgelord, I would be running this liner onto A point to make sure you don't die to caps. Another ship detonates at C point, but by now all living ships are pretty far away from the point. This other voxel trading fire with these 450 line ships, not the play here. You can see just how badly how harsh this recent voxel nerf affects them. This voxel going from like full health to no health in like just a couple seconds there. Although I have a feeling it will probably, with the CSC back there, it probably might stay alive long enough to cap this point. Corpo has a lot of S1s in this thing. I'm assuming that's for like killing light ships or something? I don't know. Yeah, ANS gets a 5 cap here. Should not have happened. OSP should have capped A point with this thing, but instead it goes to finish off this already dead voxel. Interesting. Okay. The Axford's finally engaging these already pretty damaged 450 liners, and they're facing the wrong way. If this Axford maintains bow on, it might be able to take this fight. Yeah, because of the missile plays and the beam Solomon, all of OSP's frontline is pretty injured, whereas ANS still has this perfectly healthy Axford. It's out of 35 mil. Oh yeah, because it had a carrier. It had a fighter escort. Still see some fighter plays from Corbo. I'm assuming these are. Whoa. Okay. 2 S1s fired. Okay. Just firing the rest of them. They're SAR H, I'm assuming. Yeah, but these fighters are illuminating. They're illuminating the chaff because of the wide angle. Oh, was Corbo baiting him out of chaff? Corbo might have been baiting him out of chaff with that. Yeah, look at that. Corbo gets a really nice. Oh my god. Wow, that was an excellent play from Corbo there. Unfortunately, a lot of Streaks missiles do miss, but this line ship is pretty messed up. The enemy finally stepping onto A with a monitor. Okay, so the monitor fleet split up a bit. How's the Exford doing? Yeah, it's doing fine. Yep, it sniped the magazine on this one here. This one still has its magazine, it's still firing. We'll see if the Exford player can realize that it's crippled one of them and needs to swap to the other. Yeah, losing that cap fleet did hurt early on. It was good play from ANS managing to destroy it, like they did, but it's rough. The battleship's clinging to life, barely. I have a feeling it won't be like that for long. This 250 liner is going to spot it. Although Corbo's in gun range of this 250 liner. That's unfortunate. ANS just needs to hold this cap lead for a little bit longer and it can win this. The damaged liner ducking behind cover to repair the magazine. Looks like it already did. Yeah, its reverse thrusters are already on. It's trying to go back and engage. Thing is, does Microsoft know that this Solomon is completely weaponsless? No, he's firing at the carrier, so probably yes. OSP is taking Boxer and is taking C point. Yeah, C point's being taken by this 250 ship here, and Corbo's carrier is just going to go down here pretty quickly. This Expert needs to step on D point for ANS to maintain the or at least still be in the game. ANS still needs another cap, I think, to win, potentially? Yeah, and I don't think Corbo has anything left to actually kill this line ship. The OSP is also going to be able to secure E here in a second. This liner that's crippled, still having a gun, and is going to be able to gun down Corbo's frigate here. Needs to be a ramming mechanic. I mean, you can ram enemy ships. Is he firing AP at a liner? That is not the play. Do not be firing 450 AP at a liner. It will not do much of anything. Where's the other 450? Oh, that's devious. Edge using the 450 liner tactics here really well, is trying to flank this liner around to get over the top of the Axford, therefore invalidating its angled armor. Yeah, so the only ship you really want to be firing 450 AP against is the Acello, and that's only if it's bow on. If it's bow on, its armor is super steep, super angled, and it tends to have a lot of reinforced things in the nose. But if you can catch an Acello broadside to you, 450 HE is going to annihilate it. Oh, but look at this. The radar track's not good enough. Gets some hits, but not a lot. Corvo's carrier's still alive somehow. I'm actually a little bit impressed by that.
The enemy is securing zone eclipse.
The Voxel is taking this fight, which it absolutely cannot win right now. Unfortunate. Yep, there goes the E-cap. I think OSP is going to turn this around. I don't think ANS has enough assets left to secure the points. Yeah, I think OSP's got this. ANS cannot recap those points fast enough to turn the points advantage around. Yeah, never underestimate OSP frontlining. They're in cap duty. Line ships are super fast and can get to points super quickly, especially on a small map like this.
The enemy secured zone eclipse.
And that's a 5 cap from OSP. Yep. ANS is recognizing that this is GG. I'm assuming we're going to see a mass surrender here pretty soon. It was definitely a good show. What is Corvo's carrier made of? Good lord. Well, you think that converted freighters would achieve so much more of a hero? Yeah, well, the thing you got to understand about the game is that it's a gameplay mechanic at the end of the day, right? Having massive firepower on these liners is just so OSP can have a vibe. Good showing. 28k from the Beam battleship. That's really good. It definitely did its job. Unfortunately for them, the 450 liners were just placed so effectively to counter them. ANS doesn't have very effective weapons, to be honest. No, not really. I don't really agree with that. On the bigger half of things. No, not at all. ANS 450 turrets are so much more accurate than the 450 casemates on OSP. It's not even funny. Up until like a couple updates ago, 450 line ships were completely useless because they just miss every single shot they fired. And yeah, still to this day, ANS 450 is like fairly accurate, and if you can outgun most line ships if you maintain bow on, especially in like battleships or double Axford. It all depends on really how you build your ship and how you take the matches. Because if you're fighting an engagement to the enemy's advantage, you're gonna lose. But if you catch the enemy off guard, you take the match to your advantage. Yeah, and also ANS does have really good missile tech. Hybrid missiles are super deadly. Dark using his hidden commands there to take command of the server. Alright. So, we've been going for nearly 4.5 hours. I think what I'm going to do... I'm going to ask Flynn if there's still... Actually, I can just look if Flynn's still in their match or not. Yeah, Flint's still in their match. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to hop out here and... Oh, Canyon time. Maybe we get a match on Dark's Coliseum. I will have to join a voice call with other people, but that should be fine. Canyon rotated. You've seen it live, folks. People are rebelling against Darg. Alright. We've rebelled against Darg. Yeah, by the way, the kick command means that Darg will be unable to rejoin this lobby until the match is over and the lobby refreshes. Yeah, we literally just usurped him. Yeah, he can't rejoin. Yeah, he's fucked. It's a 10-player map. Okay. Let's see. What? No. Hey, wait, no! I got... Unbelievable. I was too late to ready up. Oh, no. Alright. Let's just do a regular match. No Coliseum shenanigans. Players. What's in it on a Pillars match? Alright. Well, this seems unbalanced. This is the wrong folder. What am I doing? All right. We are going to carry this team to victory. That's what we're doing. It's been gone for a few months, so he's practically a blueberry again. Oh, no. So we have a carrier, another carrier. Great. Boy. I see these super cheap Acellos. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Okay, so... we're gonna lose this one. It'll be funny, though. So... When I load up in a fleet and I see someone bringing 2 Acellos and also other ships, I know that these Acellos have nothing in them. They're gonna die. You cannot... He's 20 points under, too. Oh, my God. This fleet is gonna die. We have a carrier being run by a midshipman. Don't want to diss on the midshipman, but, you know. What are we arguing about in chat? What's happening here? Oh, Flynn, I'm assuming your match has ended. I should have waited like 10 seconds more, because unfortunately this will probably be my last match before I get off today. I need to take a break. I've been going for like 4.5 hours. Alrighty, let's die. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Where do I even put my ships? I don't even know what I'm doing. Look at me, stumbling, trying to figure out how this fleet works. Okay, so we're stacking B-side. Okay, sure, fine. Cool, I guess. You guys can do that. This is carryable. Yeah, we can do this. I believe in us. We got it. All right. So this fleet, has this fleet been on my channel before? I actually do not remember. General, I think so. General gist, I've got 3 MMTs, 2 torpedo ships for denying cap points and obliterating anything that gets too close to them, and 3 gun shuttles. Very simple. This fleet also does not have the new up-to-date MMTs that came with carriers that people are running. I don't know. I don't really like them right now. I'm going to play around with them, see if I can get a build that I like. Where's my other gun? Why are you there? What the fuck happened? Whoops. I'm actually throwing. It's over. And you... Okay, you go to... You go there. Alright, so these torpedo ones are, I basically just put them by the cap points, and they will deny them. They kind of hide around behind them. And if anyone tries to capture my points, I just put a bunch of torpedoes into them. Simple as that.
How can we help today, Commander?
When changed to the meta MMT. So typically, right, you're seeing now, people are replacing this MLS here with the TALs, the two-armed bandit. And effectively, and then you just run the MMTs in pairs. And effectively what that allows you to do is that the TALs can just rapidly reload the defensive SDMs, the anti-missile, or the anti-fighter missiles into them. And so you still have fighter defense in the MMTs. But I don't really like it because you have to run them in formation now, or you just have really bad salvo size with your missiles. So you fully ditch the offensive S2s. No, you have a mix of you can fire offensive S2s out of the TALs too.
Moving out.
It's basically like a regular gun that has a oh boy, whoop, time to die. Act command.
Missile supply running low. Jamming engaged. Point impact.
Oh, that still hit. Great.
That is way out of our range. Blinding them. We are securing zone boxer. Course laid in. We can't shoot that.
Can't believe this. They said, hey, we'll go easy on you guys. Brings bombers. Cool.
Missile. Course laid in. Jamming engaged. Missile reserve low. Looks like we're being jammed. Receiving.
Alright, so these are act commands, which means if I jam them, they can't see me. The command does nothing. Missiles do hit. Screw you.
Ready. On it. Jamming.
Yep. Act command will not seek on me if,
Knock him out.
I don't have, if they can't see me. If the act can't see me, the command val can do nothing to validate. Oh, is this, are you sending me, are you trying to deny the cap point? Dude, I've captured the point already. What are you doing?
Standing by. Moving to that position.
You're spotted. By what?
Missile detected.
Ready. Understood.
What can we do for you, Commander?
That worries me.
Activating buzzers.
Hull critical. Abandon
Moving out,
ship.
Commander.
Well, that sucks. Whatever, I already got the point. They're a loss.
Receiving. Enemy missile incoming. Aye, aye, Commander.
Component breached. Send it. Quickly.
And there goes
Power
my
is
other one.
flatlined.
That sucks. I did get a kill, though. That's potting.
Send it. Quickly.
Don't worry. We'll go easy on you guys. It's fine. We're playing a meth fleet. You guys are good. You guys got this.
We're en route.
On the way, Commander.
Ready. That's outside effective range, Commander. Jammer online. Missile 2 clear. Roger that. Moving.
I mean, your enthusiasm is nice for our team, but like, damn.
Awaiting orders, Commander. We're underway,
All right.
Commander.
Don't know. What are you? You're big. All right. I want to definitely send more missiles into you. You look juicy.
Missile away.
And switch to AP, please.
Moving.
Is this like a missile vessel or something? That'd be cool.
What can we do for you, Commander?
They're EO. Okay, I'm gonna die here.
Say again.
Are those hardened skin? Alright, ARAD lock in. ARAD lock in. ARAD acquires. ARAD acquires. Look at that. What does ARAD acquire? An active decoy. That was an active decoy they just went for. Epic. Yep. Oh, cool. It swung them right back around at me. Cool. That's awesome.
Channels
Alright,
open.
so that's 2 MMTs gone. It's unfortunate.
Spiker, inbound.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
Oh, and he's lecturing me in chat. Great.
Moving out, Commander.
Send it.
Love to see it.
Standing by. Aye, aye, Commander.
Aye, aye. Full power.
We're underway, Commander. Receiving.
Opponent online.
Cannot comply, Commander.
Module
Target
back
is out of
online.
range. Awaiting
Command
orders,
online.
Commander. Aye, aye, Commander. Moving out. Copy that, Commander.
Yeah, it's no big surprise that RSLs are dying.
Aye, aye. Reports component repaired.
Go ahead.
Engines restored.
Alright, you're back up. Let's get you out of here.
Moving.
Nice, yeah. They'll go easy on us, they said, and then just mass missile dumped us. That's pretty epic.
Generators restored.
Set your traffic. Aye, aye, Commander. We're moving.
Receiving. Activating buzzers. Affirmative.
our Acellos should have dealt with that, but our Acellos are garbage.
We are securing Zone Atlas.
Our carrier is in the back, not doing a whole lot.
Go ahead. You're gonna have to get out and push.
Awaiting orders, Commander.
I still have kept it.
There's been a launch.
What the hell is this? Alright, so that was a missile Axford that we detected. Oh, it's Totem. Okay.
Go ahead.
Got us zeroed in.
Commander, engines offline.
Been locked on.
We'll get it done.
You've been locked. Okay. I see.
Understood. Spike, engaging.
I think Totem has a beam on it, though, so I think I'm going to lose this A-cap here. Yep, that's rough.
We're under fire.
2 Axfords up top.
We're ready when you are, Commander.
That's unfortunate. Can't do anything about that.
Drive malfunction reported.
We're on our way.
Stand by. Power's out. Got you 5 by
We have secured Zone Atlas.
Alright, leave. Go. Burn. Hard burn. Out of here.
Moving out. Spiker on the scope. Maybe. One now, Commander.
Oh, yeah, you're going to go down.
Go ahead.
You're back up. Time to go. Move. Clear heading.
Component disabled. Abandoned ship.
Standing by.
Component
Copy
disabled.
that. Beginning evo. Understood. We're en route. Standing by. Copy that, Commander. Understood. We're en route.
Aye, aye.
Center traffic. Course laid in.
Oh, another Axford. Cool. Okay. So they went all capitals. We have no way to deal with capitals because our carrier's not doing a whole lot, and our Acellos are dead. Yeah, no, they're definitely noob stomping right now. It kind of does take me off that they also were just, like, lecturing us in chat. Like, yeah, I know I went wide there. That's the point. I'm the cap player. I'm supposed to grab your caps. That was
Standing
pure...
by. Fire,
What the
Commander.
fuck? Okay. I can't stop Totem from taking A. There's nothing I can do about that.
Understood. Moving now.
However, they thought they killed this thing over here.
Course laid in.
They did not.
Awaiting orders.
And also, I'm going to do something really funny.
Moving.
Oh, our bombers are engaging. Commands only. That's... You got a couple hits. So they're going to take A. Can't stop them from taking it. That beam thing is something that my frontline should have dealt with. Yeah, getting killed enemy. Yeah, all chatting is, yeah, a little bit toxic. Not really happy about that. Although, he thinks he killed this thing. He didn't. I'm going to take D with it eventually. I also have Torp 2 here. I'm assuming I can potentially... Oh, yeah, here we go. All right, it's funny time.
Target locked.
It's funny time. This is why I like these Torp creatures.
Moving.
Let's get AP loaded. Flank speed. Set heading. Time to kill.
Drive power rising.
Course laid in.
Alright, someone restored their... Someone...
Channels open.
You're still alive? You have no weapons, but, like, good lord. Okay. Why don't you start going down here?
Aye, aye.
We'll reserve you for something.
Standing by. Course laid in.
Tracking missile.
Center
Enemy
traffic.
is securing Zone Atlas.
So there's Keystone and an Axford. Axford has guns, potentially?
Ready.
Keystone. Should I just eviscerate this Keystone real quick?
Ready.
Yeah, I'll just eviscerate the Keystone.
Gaining fire control solution. Acknowledged. Missile away. Executing.
The enemy is securing Zone Boxer.
Get fucked. That was fun.
They're gonna learn today. Engaging target. Moving.
The enemy secured Zone Atlas.
Sector traffic.
Sorry, just being a bit toxic there. Kind of had to do that.
Course laid in. Heading near now, Commander. Awaiting orders, Commander. Standing by. Moving.
Surprisingly, this is still winnable on caps. Kinda, for now.
Understood. We're en route.
Standing by. Locking them up. Missile launch out of missile. All out of missiles. Executing your orders.
Yep, right into the drive section.
Targeted. Moving.
Warning. Incoming missile. We're on our way.
Ready.
We're reading you. Repositioning.
Ready to get any crits on you.
Commander, they have a target on us.
Damn, no crits.
Standing by.
But I did kill the keystone.
Standing by.
Yeah, B point is just denied EO. Yep, that's rough.
Incoming enemy fire.
That was heck P.
Lost power, Commander.
Damn, okay.
Executing order. Sector traffic.
The enemy has engaged. What can we do for you, Commander?
That's totem.
We're underway, Commander.
Kind of thought he went under, not over. It's whatever.
Awaiting orders.
That's what I have that thing for.
We're on our way. We lost our engines.
Go ahead.
Reactor is down. Commander, we're ready. Module was destroyed.
Yep. So that's 3 Axfords here,
Ready when you are, Commander. We're underway, Commander.
which is
Understood. Jamming engaged.
not good.
Get it done, Commander. Commander, the enemy has locked.
And they have a voxel. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Commander, they've opened fire.
Commander, engines offline.
We're running low on power.
Moving to that position.
That keystone's... Not that keystone, that voxel's going to be a problem.
Negative, Commander. Apologies, Commander. That's not possible.
Why is my... Huh? I took out my reactor, fuck.
Warning. Component disabled. Course plotted.
Brace for impact.
Component
Standing by.
disabled, Commander. Commander, we lost power.
I'm out of everything fast, too, so I can't, like, flank around to camp points. You're gonna get fucked up pretty badly here by the, Axford. Can't really do anything against that.
Down.
Yep, gets my engines. There goes my, drives. They're gonna get B point. Shit.
We need more
Standing
missiles.
by.
Power's back up again.
Course laid
Component
in.
lost.
Ready.
Component destroyed, Commander.
Internal damage. Yes, command.
They destroyed a module.
Loss of
All
propulsion.
personnel, abandon ship. I repeat, abandon ship.
Moving.
You still have your jammer, you can jam out the
Cluster
voxel.
active.
The enemy is securing Zone Boxer.
Orders.
Yep, B is gonna go... We're gonna lose B. Damn, this is...
System lost.
I'm sorry to leave on this match, guys. I really did try. I wasn't really expecting them to bring a toxic build and then be toxic in chat. Typically, net players are a lot a lot more nicer than that.
Standing by.
Am I actually spotted by on D?
Aye, Commander.
I don't even know.
The enemy is securing zone eclipse.
Executing your orders.
They're getting E now.
Spiker
I'm
down.
assuming that's Totem doing that. Fuck, they actually spotted my torpedo creature.
Missiles.
Taking fire.
Oh, look, more missile spam, guys. More missile spam. Aren't you having fun? We're having so much fun, aren't we? Oh, those weren't even... Were those EO SDMs? Alright. And they say we're the new players in this match. God damn, that was a fucking embarrassing-ass thing they just used.
Missiles on the scope.
I hope I'm not, like, being, like an asshole, right? By, like, being mad at this, right? Like, this is just
Propulsion.
cringe, right?
Standing by.
Power's out.
Aye, aye. On it.
D point. Oh, we're gonna take D at least, potentially.
Standing by. Orders. Ready.
We have secured zone dagger.
Yay, we did it, guys. You're gonna explode, holy shit. Yeah, we had a carrier that didn't do anything. We had a solo group that didn't do anything. I love dying to missile spam, so fun.
Locking target. Solution locked in. Launch confirmed. Knock him out. Repositioning. Been locked on. Orders. Missile detected.
Bandit online.
Oh, those missiles weren't even going for me. Rip. They're going for my decapper.
Ready.
He's slowing down. Why is he slowing down?
We're reading you. Missile reserve low. That's all of them.
We are securing zone eclipse.
Oof. Yeah.
Component disabled.
It's fine, though. That was worth it.
Send it. Quickly. Component disabled.
It was worth it. Are they firing AP? That's AP. Yeah, they're firing AP. They're using the wrong ammo types. They got ambushed by my torp ships that had been detected before. Didn't even bring a cat fleet. And then they're just like, oh yeah, you guys are the new players at this. This guy brought a starter fleet. What the fuck is this?
Send it. Quickly.
The enemy is securing zone dagger.
Standing by.
They're getting D back.
Zone eclipse.
Yeah.
Aye, aye.
No,
Over.
we get E. There's not a whole lot we can do. We lose this.
More power. As much as you can give her. She can't take anymore. Abandon ship.
Did our carrier just launch torpedoes, or was that the bombers that did that?
We're reading
I
you.
know. And I mean, I understand that, like, lopsided matches happen like this, right? Like, teams being, unbalanced, but, like, that was a bit much.
Standing by.
The enemy secured zone dagger.
Yeah, it's just me.
We've been knocked out.
Well, at least this gave a good stress test with my my cat fleet. But yeah, no, they totem hurt him pretty bad, but yeah, didn't kill him. GG. Yeah. No, that's 2 missile spam fleets, some Axfords. Oh, I really fucked this guy up. Holy shit. God damn. How much did my torps actually do? 8K? 7K? Holy fuck. Well, I'm sorry to end the stream on such a fucking cringe moment here. But I hope I wasn't like too toxic back to them. That was just embarrassing. They're stack against a bunch of new players. Yeah, no, I love Torp Tugs so much. This is why I like this cat fleet a whole lot. Those Torp Tugs can obliterate even like Axfords if you get them at a bad angle. Very good for denying cat points. Voxels also die super quickly to those Torps. Oh, those Torps are, though. Yeah, so these Torps, I believe, are very similar to the torpedoes I showed off. I found Torps awful. Yeah, pre-missile update torpedoes were just useless. But these Torps are very similar to the ones I had on my cat fleet. I showed them off earlier in this stream. The only difference is that they're command SAR H, so instead of a ARAD backup, they have a SAR H backup, and then the Torp Tugs have illuminators on them to guide the missiles in. They're very difficult to soft kill at close range like that. Command jammers don't work because of the SAR H backup, and dumping chaff isn't really the greatest idea either. Typically, I can catch them at a range where the chaff doesn't get caught in the SAR H illumination cone, and the SAR H doesn't get confused with the chaff. But yeah, no, I think this I think I did pretty good considering the circumstance. What did our Acellos look like? Yeah, so if you're gonna bring 2 Acellos, you better not be bringing anything else. If you bring 2 Acellos and something else, I'm gonna assume that the Acellos have nothing in them and will die easily, like they did. These things died before. This one died before it broke 1,000 damage. Don't do this. Don't be like this guy. If you're gonna bring Acellos, commit to the Acellos. Make them good. Our carrier did okay. Their torpedoes, they were only ARAD torps, which is bad. If you're running torps, put terminals on them, because this guy was just firing the torps. They had, like, no maneuvers. Put terminals on them, so, like, corkscrew, and just bring 1 good Acello. Yeah, for the love of God, please make your Acellos good. I beg of you, please. But yeah, that was a rough match to end it on, but I think we had a pretty good stream overall. Nearly broke 5 hours. Hoping you guys all liked the fleet review and like general tips and tricks section here, because I know a lot of people on YouTube have been kind of asking me about that. I might just upload that entire section just uncut onto YouTube potentially. I don't know. If anything, they can just watch the VOD. I want you to look at my OSP fleet. Okay. Maybe next time. So I'm thinking of potentially just doing Saturday streams regularly like this. Of course, I reserve the right if I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna do Saturday streams regularly. I fully reserve the right to cancel any stream due to classes. I think I posted about this, but I am a full-time engineering student at the moment. Saturdays, I can usually probably get time to do this sort of thing. But yeah, if I need to have this Saturday, I fully reserve the right to not stream so I can do like classwork and stuff. But yeah, no, I'm thinking of just doing regularly Saturday streams. You guys can post your fleets in the review thing, when I'm live, and we can go over them, give you some ideas on how to build fleets. And like I said, I am also trying to get all of the fleets I regularly use posted to the Steam Workshop. I will, once I do that, once I get enough there and I feel confident with it, I'll probably just link my Steam account somewhere, either in the Discord server or put a post up on YouTube about it. Just so you guys can view the workshop, download my fleets, you know, and I guess have fun with the as featured on my channel fleets. But yeah, let's see. Like your Discord account to your Steam account. Yes, so if you do, you can actually find my Steam account if you look at my Discord account. It is linked, so you should be able to find the workshop through there. But it's always helpful to like post a link. I think let's raid someone. I think Darg is still streaming. Yes, Darg is still streaming. So I think we're gonna go in and raid him to cap off the stream here. All right, so for those who don't know, Darg runs Darg's Coliseum. We did a couple of spectating matches with him earlier today. They run basically a community tournament Discord channel where people can host events, custom like tournaments and stuff for the community. You know, lots of fun stuff. So if you're ever interested in that sort of thing or just interested in like spectating them, the Coliseum is the place for you. And Darg is a very nice person. All right, so let's start the raid. We are raiding in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, never mind. That was just the countdown. I'm going to go ahead and raid now. You can say hi to Darg.
An Explorer splits off one of their corvettes trying to dive for that 8 point, see if they can recover it or not. Like you said there, Jeremy, just putting the nail in the coffin with a bunch of these containers. Rocket Julian is pretty much out of the game and is certainly going to take another nap here.
Yeah, only one mag cook-off. Only two cook-offs. Foxtrot
Is
point
one of
is
the-
open.
It's one of the textbook use cases